ओके एक बार कैन ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स कंफर्म इफ आई एम ऑडिबल एंड विजिबल। ऑनलाइन वाले बच्चे एक बार प्लीज बता सकते हैं क्या मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है और मैं दिखाई दे रहा हूँ? कमेंट्स में प्लीज यस और नो करके बता दीजिए। ऑल गुड, ओके। So good afternoon everyone, a very happy Republic Day to all of you. Last week we had missed some classes because of my poor health, so even today I am forced to take these classes. But today, since we are not supposed to open the office, I'll not be able to take offline classes. This is just an online class. So आप सब लोग इसे online देख रहे हैं. It's very important that you people interact more today because I do not have any students sitting in front of me, and in that scenario, for classes to happen in a systematic manner, I would need doubts and feedback and any other issue in the form of comments from you people, from online students only. Okay, so today we want to start doing computer, IT and electronics for preliminary examination. Now, when I cover computer, IT and electronics for preliminary examination, I would need around 7 hours to cover this entire topic. Around 7 hours. So today we have given you 2 booklets. Each booklet will take around 1.5 hours. In the first booklet that we are doing today, we will primarily be dealing with all the artificial intelligence, machine learning, chat GPT या chat GPT जैसी चीजें और deepfakes, facial recognition technology, all other initiatives, government initiatives, programs, etc. associated with that. This is going to take 1.5 hours. So for those of you who are watching the video online, please go to the description of the video and there you will find the Telegram link, a Telegram channel. In that Telegram channel, we have uploaded both the booklet for today's class. Today's computer and IT classes के लिए we'll be using 2 PDFs. Both the PDFs are available in the Telegram channel. So in the first PDF, we are dealing with this thing. In the second PDF, so first 1.5 hours mein, this is what we are going to do. Then we will take a 15-20 minutes break, and then in next 1.5 hours, we will be dealing with things like supercomputers, quantum computers, and several developments which have taken place, which have happened associated with quantum computers. Then we'll also talk about quantum entanglement, which got Nobel Prize in 2022. We'll talk about India's initiatives for quantum computing and so on. Then we'll cover things like cloud computing. We'll also talk about how a browser functions. Basically, जैसे Google Chrome, जब आप Google Chrome पे जाते हो तो how does it function? We'll talk about that. We will talk about Internet of Things, and such similar issues would be dealt with in the second session today. After this also, I'll need another 3 to 4 hours. In these 3 to 4 hours, all other miscellaneous topics associated with computer and IT, जिसमें we talk about things like communication में 4G, 5G, 6G, those kind of things. Then wireless communication. In wireless communication, how does a Wi-Fi function? How does a Bluetooth function? How does a Bluetooth function? Those kind, NFC, those kind of things would be dealt with. Then we'll also talk about electronics. In electronics, we'll talk about what are semiconductors, what are transistors, basics about it. Then we'll go to LED. LED, maybe there are advanced form of LEDs, flexible LEDs. We'll talk about all those. We'll talk about lasers, Nobel Prizes associated with LEDs, Nobel Prizes associated with lasers. We'll also deal with several other aspects of electronics. We'll talk about 3D printing. We'll talk about other miscellaneous issues. So this 3 to 4 hour session would be a much bigger session that will take in normal classes, not in the online session that we are having today. So in the online session today, we'll have 2 sessions of around 1.5 hours each, and these are the things that we'll be dealing with. So the first booklet we have here is, you will see, that is about artificial intelligence, all the developments associated with artificial intelligence. It's about facial recognition technology, deepfakes, global partnership on artificial intelligence, Bletchley summit which was held recently. तो ये सारे updates, सारे current updates भी हैं that we'll be doing in today's class. Okay, now so let us start with the first topic, the topic of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Okay, so what about defense? देखो कंप्यूटर एंड आईटी क्लास में कंप्यूटर एंड आईटी रिलेटेड चीजें होंगी, ऐसे ही विल टेक अ क्लास फॉर डिफेंस साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, देयर विल डील विद डिफेंस. Mamta is asking, is there a separate course for history, ancient, medieval, modern? Beta, please give a call in on office number. You will be able to find all the courses. Anything that you need for your preparation, we have it. So we have modules for ancient, medieval also. We have modules for modern also. We have a module which is in the pre-com form. We have a module which is only for preliminary examination. We have everything. तो आप अगर office में call करेंगे, you will be able to get all the information. Okay, so let's start with the first topic of artificial intelligence and machine learning. सबसे पहले ना, we should understand the meaning of artificial intelligence before we go into the depth of machine learning and various other advanced form of machine learning like neural networks and all. What do we mean by artificial intelligence? देखो, intelligence is ability to take right decisions. जैसे कोई भी person जो सही decision ले पा रहा है, उसे हम बोलते हैं कि वो intelligent है. Now, if you go to machines, machines are not capable of taking those decisions. Machines are not intelligent. जब हम उनमें intelligence add कर रहे हैं, when we are adding intelligence in them, so it's not natural intelligence. जैसे human beings, animals, they'll have some form of natural intelligence. But in case of machine, intelligence would be programmed into them, and therefore this intelligence is called artificial intelligence. एक computer program अगर कोई decisions ले पा रहा है autonomously without human interference, then that computer program is behaving intelligently. Now this intelligence has been introduced in it, that is called artificial intelligence. I hope you're understanding the meaning of artificial intelligence. आप machines में, computer program में जब decision making ability introduce कर रहे हैं, that is artificial intelligence. So if you'll come to the definition here, it is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. And machines intelligent कैसे होते हैं? Basically उनके अंदर software होते हैं which can behave intelligently. Now this intelligence can be introduced by many different ways. Okay, this intelligence this artificial intelligence can be introduced in your system in many different ways. You can directly program something. In this situation you do this, in this situation you do this, in this situation you do this. So your computer program or your machine would behave like that. So for some people that may be intelligence. You may use something called machine learning. So what is machine learning? Machine learning is a subtype of artificial. So machine learning is also a type of artificial intelligence, but a special case of artificial intelligence. What happens in machine learning is you have an existing set of data and you train on that. For example, let's take this example. Let's say you have data related to cancerous lumps. हमने हॉस्पिटल से बहुत सारा डेटा कलेक्ट किया है which is about cancerous lump, है ना, and we have let's say thousands such data. Lump 1, उसका feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, feature 4 and so on, and finally we have this data whether it is cancerous, whether it is not cancerous, whether it is cancerous and so on. ऐसे we have this data for a lot of cancerous a lot of lumps which were investigated in hospital. So this is a data which we have available, which has been manually evaluated. Okay, this data is something on which we will train our model. So हमारा एक model होगा which will train on this data, which will learn from this data, and after learning from this data we'll get a final model which is learned, which is intelligent. And in this final model, when you will add a new lump, when you will give input as new lump, it will be able to give you an output whether it is cancerous or not. Now, is this computer model behaving intelligently? Yes, it's behaving smartly, behaving intelligently. It's able to do something which doctors would be able to do, right? It's behaving intelligently. But this intelligence that we're talking about here, this intelligence that we're talking about here is something that it has learned from existing set of data. So this intelligence that it has learned is a form of machine learning. So as we were saying, artificial intelligence is when in your computer program, when in your machines, you give them ability to take intelligent decisions. Doctor जो काम कर रहा है, after looking at data, doctor is taking intelligent decision, right? When you make your computer do that, when you make your computer program do that, that is artificial intelligence. Now this artificial intelligence can be gained in many different ways. One way is machine learning. I hope you understand the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning. So artificial intelligence is intelligent computer, intelligent program, intelligent machine which can take decisions without human interference, smart decisions without human interference. And this artificial intelligence can be got in many different ways. One method of that is machine learning. So all machine learning is artificial intelligence, but not all artificial intelligence is machine learning. I hope you understand this. Okay. An online student is saying, I'm applying for Assam Civil Services 24. Prelims is on 17th March. I want to take your course for Environment and Science Tech, but I'm afraid that the course will be covered by, but the courses won't be covered. I assure you, by February end, both your Science and Technology and Environment would be completed. In the Target Prelims program, Target Prelims Current Affairs program that we are doing, by the end of February, both Science and Technology and Environment would be thoroughly completed. Okay, that's my promise to you. Now, let's come back to. So, I hope we understood the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning. वही चीज हम यहाँ बता रहे हैं कि machine learning is a science that involves development of self-learning algorithm. Machine learning use statistics, mostly inferential statistics, to develop self-learning algorithm. हमारे पास बहुत सारा data है, हम उससे infer करके intelligence develop कर रहे हैं. That is machine learning. Please note, all machine learning is AI, but not all AI is machine learning. Now, देखो, how can your computer become intelligent? How can your computer program become intelligent or get ability to take decisions? You can use symbolic logic, you can use rule engine, expert system, knowledge graph, etc. All these methods are methods of giving intelligence, artificial intelligence to your program. Okay, now all of them will make your computer intelligent, but all of them are not machine learned method. Machine learning would be when computer program would learn from experience. We had अभी हमने जो cancer वाला example देखा था, we had already existing experience. We had this table available from where our computer program was learning. So here you'll have input data. Your model will train on that data, and you will get the output. And this output model will be the intelligent model. I hope we are understanding what artificial intelligence is, and we are able to understand what machine learning is. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, दोनों चीजें हमें समझ में आ रही हैं. Okay, now we'll go to various types of like various mechanisms by which machine learning could be got, like neural network, artificial neural network. वो सारी चीजों के बारे में बात करते हैं. But let's first understand which are all the places where today artificial intelligence, machine learning and these kind of things are being used. Which are those places where these technologies are being used? Jैसे all of us are using artificial intelligence or machine learning in some way or the other. For example, when you go and search in Google, when you go for Google search uses a lot of machine learning. So it has a lot of data. For such, if you search for Sachin Tendulkar, there is a link that you clicked. Right, so it has all that data. Now Google search का जो program है, it will learn from this previous data, and when someone is doing new search, which web page is he looking for, is she looking for, वो Google search is able to learn, understand based on the previous data. It is able to learn from the previous data. तो search engine में आप machine learning use करते हैं. Ads में, when ads are being run, when let's say you are on Amazon and Amazon is able to show you some product, so it is also based on what it has learned. It is also based on artificial intelligence or machine learning. Why? It's based on what happened to previous customers, like customers who with feature 1, feature 2, feature 3. Feature 1 वो इस product को देख रहा है, उस product को explore कर रहा है, उस product को खरीद रहा है. These are the features of customer. So whether this customer bought an iPhone or not. So yes, no, yes, no. So we will, when a new customer would come, whether this customer would be a potential customer for iPhone or not would be dependent on, would be learned from. Your computer program would understand that based on the previous data which is available, and based on machine learning. So you would see various places which are where it is used. Advertisement में use होता है, online shopping में use होता है, spam filtering. अब देखो how does let's take this example. How does your email operator, जैसे आप Gmail यूज करते हैं तो Gmail में एक spam folder बन जाता है. How does Gmail identifies that this mail is a spam mail and this mail is not a spam mail? How has it done this classification? वो तो एक intelligent decision है. They're using artificial intelligence, they're using machine learning. How are they using it? Let's consider this. Google has a list of mails. It has mail 1, mail 2, and ऐसे ही it has billions of mails. And it knows कि जैसे आप लोग भी कई बार मेल को स्पैम मार्क करते हो, है ना? तो मेल हैज फीचर्स like what is the subject, feature 1, what type of subject there was, feature 2, what was the size of mail, feature 3, how many people was it sent, feature 4, whether the sender is in your contact list or not. इस तरह से बहुत सारे features हैं. And then you have some existing data whether it was spam, it was not spam, it was spam, it was not spam, and so on. So this data you have this existing data. Now what would happen is, यहाँ पे आपका एक मॉडल होगा जो इस इनपुट डेटा पे ट्रेन करेगा, एंड देन यू विल गेट योर फाइनल इंटेलिजेंट प्रोग्राम. In this intelligent program, when a new mail would go, which will have these feature 1 to feature 5, feature 10, feature 20, and so on. So what would happen here when this mail would go into this intelligent machine? This intelligent machine would be able to say whether it is spam or not spam, and accordingly Google Gmail पे you'll be able to see that some mails automatically go in the spam folder. तो वहां पे भी what are we using? We are using machine learning or artificial intelligence. Please note, when I'm saying machine learning, automatically I'm saying artificial intelligence because machine learning is a mechanism of achieving artificial intelligence. Okay, so we are using it there. We are using it in search engine. We are using it for fighting black money. जैसे एक प्रोजेक्ट गवर्नमेंट ने लॉन्च किया था 2016 में called Project Insight. Now, how was machine learning, or how can machine learning be used for fighting black money? Let's take this example. See, we have a list of people who have black money. We have a list of people who do not have black money. So we already have existing data. ये लोग convict हुए हैं, इनके पास black money थी. ये लोग were safe, clean people who did not have black money. We already have lots of data, and these people would have some features like इनके बैंक अकाउंट के ट्रांजेक्शन्स कैसे थे, छोटे छोटे बहुत सारे थे, बड़े थे. So in this way we have features for these people, we have features for these people. So we have existing data. On this data our computer model will train, and वो एक इंटेलिजेंट मशीन बनेगा, एक इंटेलिजेंट कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम बनेगा. This intelligent computer program, when you will when you will give it the detail of a new individual, it will be able to tell you whether this new individual has chances of having black money or not. In the same way, the way spam filtering में features of the mail played a role, the way cancerous lumps में features of the lump played a role, on which our system trained and determined the mechanism, determined the conclusion. Okay, so fighting black money is one example. Space exploration में I'm sorry, space exploration में this is being used. How are we using this in space exploration? Let's understand that too. देखो, we know about exoplanets. Now in space exploration there are hundreds of ways in which we are using machine learning. I'm just giving you one example. We know what exoplanets are. अब देखो, exoplanets, how do we identify exoplanets? We are taking pictures of the space. एक स्टार है, उस स्टार के अराउंड प्लैनेट घूम रहा है. We are taking pictures of this star, and meanwhile we saw this planet kind of object here, right? ऐसे हम exoplanet determine करते हैं. Now Some of these objects are exoplanets, some of these are not exoplanets. In the past, this determination was done manually. So we have data, existing data, where some of these objects were exoplanets, some of these objects were not exoplanets. We have this kind of data. Now, when we have this kind of data, what would happen? We'll have existing data on which our model will be able to train. So, to this model, when we'll give a new image, this model will be able to tell you that with high probability this picture has an exoplanet, and with high probability this picture does not have exoplanet. So this classification, this intelligent decision making is possible. So NASA has been using this mechanism to identify exoplanets, but this is just an example. Once you have data, you can have machine learning model, and you can train that. You can train your program, you can train your machine to take any such intelligent decision. ऐसे health sector में I already spoke about cancerous lump. Now the lumps, whether they are cancerous or not, वो determine करने के लिए it can be used. You can also use artificial intelligence or machine learning for supply chain management. Simple as that. Like based on the past data, your computer program will be able to tell you, you need to buy more of this medicine, you need to buy less of this medicine. In this kind of scenario, these medicines are used more, these medicines are used less. Those kind of aspects could be there. You can also, so there are lots of examples where we are using machine learning and artificial intelligence in health sector. For example, Apollo has launched the Apollo Clinic Intelligence Engine for supply chain resilience. For various other aspects, we are using artificial intelligence. जैसे अपन ने COVID के time में we had created a AI enabled chatbot. This AI enabled chatbot answered questions of people. This was a artificially intelligent machine which was doing the work. Then education sector में how can we use artificial intelligence? देखो अभी when you attempt tests, all of you get the same tests, right? But that's not very personalized. Some student may be weak in history, other student may be weak in geography. So based on your performance in the first test, your next test should be automated in such a way that you get more questions of the area on which you are weak, so that you are able to improve that. Now, this is something that is possible only when your system is you have an automated artificial intelligence system, because manually ये करना would be very, very difficult. Because there are thousands of students, उन सबके लिए अलग-अलग paper ensure करना would be difficult. Who will be able to do it? An artificial intelligence program and artificial intelligence machine would be able to do it. Agriculture sector में भी देखो, we use lots of things in agriculture sector which are artificial intelligence. For example, think of this. You want to identify whether your field has weeds or not. अब weed में आप images लोगे, drone से images ले रहे हो. Now drone से images, एक तो images खुद देखे जा सकते हैं. एक, you can train a program, you can train a machine to do what? To analyze these images and tell you whether weeds are increasing in your field or not. This is just one example. Then look at various other example. ICRISAT has developed an AI-powered sowing app which will tell farmers at what time crop should be sown, so that now how would this program tell farmers at what time crop should be shown? It has past data, it has learned from past data. So जब moisture level इतना होता है, जब temperature इतना होता है, at this time sowing should happen, it would be able to take that intelligent decision. So abhi those decisions were taken by humans, but here a machine is able to do it more effectively. Okay, तो ऐसे बहुत सारे examples है. Disaster management में you can use artificial intelligence. Again, a simple image वाला example ही लेते हैं. Your drones are taking picture. Now, processing this picture and identifying in which of those pictures there are people who are looking for help. एक तो manually humans can go through these pictures, but automated process से drones, those pictures could be analyzed in a fast track manner, and people who are vulnerable, people who need help can be easily identified. Okay, then things like natural language processing, image processing do use artificial intelligence. What is image processing? Image processing is this. Like if I show you this picture, image processing will be able to say कि यार कि ये दो बोलने की कोशिश कर रहा है. If I show you this picture, image processing will be able to tell you कि what I'm trying to tell you 3. So this picture and इसका meaning 3 है. Who does that? Image processing done that. Now, how will artificial intelligence, how will we create an artificially intelligent program for this? देखो, we'll have lots of data, we'll have lots of existing picture to ऐसे, and इसका output क्या है? 2 है. ऐसे existing we can have lots of pictures. On those pictures, our computer model can be trained. Once it's trained, we'll have a new model. In this new model, when you give a new picture, what would happen? This new picture would be able to, your computer model will be able to tell you what you're trying to say. Sir, AI will help in ease of doing business. Yes, definitely AI will help in ease of doing business. ओके तो आप प्लीज उस पर ही ऑनलाइन क्वेश्चंस पूछ लीजिए. आज ऑफलाइन कोई बच्चा नहीं है, तो आई टेक ऑल दी क्वेश्चंस ऑनलाइन ओनली. प्लीज आप आज सारे लोग ऑनलाइन ही क्वेश्चंस पूछ लेंगे. ओके तो आई होप वी आर गेटिंग एन आइडिया कि वेर एवर डिसीजंस हैव टू बी टेकन एंड वी हैव सम पास्ट डेटा, हम एक मशीन लर्न मॉडल बना सकते हैं बाय मेकिंग आर model train on that past data. We can make a artificial intelligence system, we can make a artificial intelligent machine, we can make a machine learned model. Now sir, how will AI help in ease of doing business? Simple ये पूछ रहे हैं, how will AI help in ease of doing business? अब किसी भी बिजनेस का सोचिए. देखो, think of a normal shopkeeper, a simple shopkeeper. अगर this shopkeeper has an app which is able to tell the shopkeeper कि this month in the last 10 years this product has been sold the most. So generally it is not sold, but this product is sold the most in November. तो आप एडवांस में वो प्रोडक्ट लॉक के रखिए. दैट इज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. नाउ ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस ऐसे सोचो ना यार, मेरे लिए, आपके लिए. इफ यू वांट टू कम टू लेवल अप, डू यू यूज गूगल सर्च? आप गूगल पे जाते हो, गूगल पे सर्च करते हो लेवल अप कहाँ है, वो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ही यूज कर रहे हो, राइट? तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज एवरीवेयर. आप कई बार इमेज रिकॉग्निशन पर्पस के लिए, सपोज थिंक ऑफ लेवल अप, वी हैव सम इमेजेस, वी हैव टू एक्सट्रैक्ट कंटेंट आउट ऑफ इट. हाउ वुड दैट हैपन? इमेज प्रोसेसिंग. इमेज से, इमेज में क्या टेक्स्ट लिखा हुआ है वो एक्सट्रैक्ट करना हैपेंस थ्रू इमेज प्रोसेसिंग. दैट में यूज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. Okay. Sir, it means that machine learning is a better form of artificial. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. देखो, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के अलग अलग टाइप है, तो हम ये नहीं बोलेंगे ना मशीन लर्निंग इज बेटर देन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. मशीन लर्निंग इज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ओनली. ओके. सर, आर डीप फेक्स एग्जांपल ऑफ एआई? हाँ, डीप फेक्स आर एग्जांपल ऑफ एआई. अभी आते हैं, विल कम टू डीप फेक्स, विल स्टडी डीप फेक्स. ओके. तो artificial intelligence and machine learning, I hope you people have clarity on this अभी तक. Now जितने advancements हो रहे हैं ना, those are basically making machine learning better and better. So there are various advancement in the field of machine learning. जैसे there is something called neural network. Neural network is a mechanism by which your computer program trains on the previous data. Now how is neural network unique? Neural network is structured in a way, or it tries to learn in a way, the way humans brain functions, the way humans brain learn. तो सबसे पहले आपसे पूछा जाए what is artificial neural network? It's a form of machine learning. It's a type of artificial intelligence. Okay. Now neural network, also known as artificial neural network और सिमुलेटेड न्यूरल नेटवर्क, इज अ सबसेट ऑफ मशीन लर्निंग. तो देखो, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का एक सबसेट क्या था? मशीन लर्निंग. मशीन लर्निंग का भी एक वन वे बाय विच मशीन कैन बिकम इंटेलिजेंट इज बाय आर्टिफिशियल न्यूरल नेटवर्क और न्यूरल नेटवर्क मैकेनिज्म. इट इज इंस्पायर्ड फ्रॉम द वे ह्यूमन ब्रेन फंक्शंस. तो इन केस ऑफ न्यूरल नेटवर्क, नो, यू विल हैव दिस काइंड ऑफ नोड सिस्टम. यू विल हैव इनपुट नोड, यू विल हैव these hidden layers, and you will have output node. Now when you will have a lot of data, उस डेटा को यूज करके these nodes would be created, और उस डेटा को यूज करके this system would be created. And when you will give it new set of data, when you will give it new set of input, what output should you be getting would be based on the learning that it has done from the previous set of data. और जितना ज्यादा number of layers होते हैं यहाँ पे, more the number of layers, better is your learning, better is your understanding, better is your ability to extract information out of the existing data, and thus better is the output that you are able to get. तो जैसे अपन चैट जीपीटी की बात करेंगे, इट इज ऑल्सो एआई मॉडल. एआई मॉडल में इट यूजेस अ लॉट ऑफ मशीन लर्निंग. वहां पे उन्होंने चैट जीपीटी के केस में इट्स अ न्यूरल नेटवर्क. इट इज यूज्ड अ लॉट ऑफ दिस मैकेनिज्म ऑफ लर्निंग. तो artificial neural network consists of these node layers which has input layer, output layer and a number of hidden layer, and each node or artificial neuron connects another node. तो आप यहाँ देखिए, each node is connected to all other nodes, but information will go to which जैसे the way your brain functions, आपके brain में there are various input mechanism, there are various output mechanism. आपको कहाँ से input मिल रहा है, and based on that you will decide where the output goes. In the same way, what is the threshold of input, where should the if let's consider this node. This node would be something like, if input is 0.1 से कम, signal goes here. If input is 0.1 से ज़्यादा, signal goes here. If input is 0.2 से ज़्यादा, signal goes here, and so on. It has learned, it has trained from previous data to create this kind of system, and using this mechanism, it is able to take smart decisions, it is able to take intelligent decisions. Okay, तो this is न्यूरल नेटवर्क. तो न्यूरल नेटवर्क क्या होता है? बहुत सिंपल टर्म में ये मशीन लर्निंग का एक तरीका है. जैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस अचीव करने के लिए देयर आर डिफरेंट वेज यू कैन यूज. मशीन लर्निंग इज वन ऑफ द वेज. इन द सेम वे मशीन लर्निंग टू ट्रेन योर मॉडल, देयर आर डिफरेंट मैकेनिज्म्स ऑफ ट्रेनिंग योर मॉडल. न्यूरल नेटवर्क मैकेनिज्म इज वन सच मैकेनिज्म. ओके, वी कॉल इट आर्टिफिशियल न्यूरल नेटवर्क क्योंकि नेचुरली हमारे ब्रेन में एग्जिस्ट करता है. हम जब से कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम में व्हेन वी आर लर्निंग doing this in computer program, this is called artificial neural network. Now you will also hear this term regularly, deep learning. Deep learning is nothing but जब आपके artificial neural network में these hidden nodes become deeper, that is number of layers of hidden nodes increase, that is you are learning or you are taking decision in a much more complex manner. There are so many possibilities. That is, you have learned in a much more complex manner. Then neural network will be called deep neural network. और जो neural network artificial neural network क्या था? वो एक तरीका था machine learning का. तो जब इसे हम deep neural network बोल रहे होंगे, तो जो ये learning का तरीका है, it is also called deep learning. So this is the main difference between deep learning and neural network. It has also been written here. Terms are sometimes these neural network and deep learning, these two terms are sometimes used interchangeably. Deep in deep learning is just referring to depth of layers in the neural network. A neural network that consists of more than 3 layers, that is input layer, output layer, and उसके अलावा जो बीच में hidden layer है. If there are more than one hidden layer there, we call it deep neural network. I hope you are getting this, you are understanding this. Okay, now डीप न्यूरल नेटवर्क हो गया है. लेट्स गो टू समथिंग कॉल्ड चैट जीपीटी. नाउ शिवम इज सेइंग सर इट मींस मशीन लर्निंग इज बेटर फॉर्म ऑफ एआई देन अदर फॉर्म्स. यस, मशीन लर्निंग हम ये नहीं बोलेंगे बेटर फॉर्म मशीन लर्निंग से. ऐसे मैंने आंसर कर दिया है. सर हाउ द पिक्चर कैप्चा हेल्प्स इन डिफरेंशिएटिंग ह्यूमन एंड एआई चैटबॉट इफ एआई कैन आल्सो सेलेक्ट द डिजायर्ड पिक्चर. देखो, फॉर नाउ एआई इज नॉट एडवांस्ड इनफ. इन फ्यूचर ऐसा हो सकता है कि वो कैप्चा वाला चीज भी एआई बाय डिफॉल्ट कर सकता है. ओके, तो पिक्चर कैप्चा राइट नाउ इज डिफरेंशिएटिंग बिटवीन मशीन एंड ह्यूमन बीइंग, नॉट अ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंट प्रोग्राम. नोबडी इन्फॉर्म्ड ऑन द ऐप दैट क्लास विल बी टुडे. अरे आज हमने एक्स्ट्रा क्लास रख ली. हमने टेलीग्राम ग्रुप पे इन्फॉर्म कर दिया था, स्टूडेंट से पूछ के ही रखा है. Means the more better output depends on the number of layers. Yes, if you will have deeper layers, more number of layers, there will be more processing and there are chances of better outputs happening. Okay, now let's go to chat GPT. Let's understand what is chat GPT, how does it function. देखो chat GPT पहले ना let's understand it in a very basic manner before we go into complex terms. Complex terms are for exams. Exams में ना कई बार वो terms पूछ लिए जाएंगे वो किससे associated है. In preliminary examination they may ask things like that. You should be able to answer that. But first let's understand what ChatGPT is. When you are thinking of ChatGPT, so it is a machine learned model, neural network है वो, ठीक है, and it has learned from all the text which was there on the internet. तो इंटरनेट पे देखो बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन है, बहुत सारा डेटा है. इट हैज लर्न फ्रॉम दैट डेटा, इट हैज प्रोसेस्ड. तो आपसे पूछा जाता है ना मशीन लर्निंग में व्हाट इज योर इनपुट डेटा. मशीन लर्निंग में व्हाट इज योर इनपुट डेटा. तो फॉर अ मशीन लर्न मॉडल which was supposed to detect cancer, the input data was cancerous lump. For machine learned model which was supposed to detect exoplanets, input data were those pictures, and those pictures में some pictures had exoplanet, some picture did not have exoplanet. This was our input data, right? In case of ChatGPT, what is input data? All the web pages on internet. उसने किससे लर्न किया है? सारे वेब पेजेस ऑन इंटरनेट से. एंड दस एनीथिंग विच इज देयर ऑन इंटरनेट. फॉर एग्जांपल आप अभी विकिपीडिया पे जा सकते हो और वहां पे पूछ सकते हो कि सॉरी आप अभी गूगल पे जाके सर्च कर सकते हो महात्मा गांधी, एंड यू विल गेट अ लॉट ऑफ पेजेस अबाउट महात्मा गांधी, एंड यू विल गेट अ लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट महात्मा गांधी. बट ChatGPT has trained on all those pages. So you can go to ChatGPT and ask anything about Mahatma Gandhi. Where was Mahatma Gandhi born? What is the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi? And ChatGPT will be able to tell you because it has learned from all the existing information on internet. Are we getting this? वो एक मशीन लर्न मॉडल है, वो एक न्यूरल नेटवर्क है जिसका इनपुट डेटा क्या था? इनपुट डेटा देता था सारा टेक्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन विच वॉज देयर ऑन इंटरनेट. पहले ये समझिए चैट जीपीटी का मतलब. जब आप समझना चाह रहे हैं चैट जीपीटी इज अ न्यूरल नेटवर्क. न्यूरल नेटवर्क मतलब एक मशीन लर्न्ड मॉडल विच हैज लर्न फ्रॉम व्हाट? इट हैज लर्न फ्रॉम ऑल द डेटा विच इज देयर ऑन इंटरनेट. तो अब क्या होगा? यू कैन आस्क इट एनीथिंग. अभी आप गूगल पे जाके कुछ सर्च करते थे, यू वेंट टू अ वेब पेज. हियर you do not, you got several web pages in answer. Here it will summarize all that information and bring it to you in a concise manner. This is ChatGPT or this is generative AI. There are many other complexities involved, but बहुत simple terms पे this is what it is. Now it is not just a search engine like Google is a search engine. It's not a search engine. आपने पूछा where was Mahatma Gandhi born? It has already learned from internet where Mahatma Gandhi was born. But it can also do more intelligent things. More intelligent things, you can ask it, write a new essay on Mahatma Gandhi. Because it has learned so many things and it understands how an essay should be written, it will be able to write you a completely new essay on Mahatma Gandhi. अगर आप अभी like what you can do is, you can go to ChatGPT and make it write a poem. So, this neural network has one, gone through all the poems on the internet, learned how poems are structured, and would thus be very quickly, based on all the knowledge and based on all the learning on how poems are structured, would be able to write you a new, fresh poem altogether. This is ChatGPT. So it's an AI model which is trained on all the existing data. So it is an AI model, machine learned model है, neural network है. ये तो हमें समझ में आ गया बिकॉज वी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट न्यूरल नेटवर्क इज, वी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट मशीन लर्निंग इज, वी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज. तो हमसे बोल सकते हैं वो एआई मॉडल है या मशीन लर्न मॉडल है या वो न्यूरल नेटवर्क है विच हैज लर्न फ्रॉम ऑल द डेटा ऑन इंटरनेट एंड दस उसके नॉलेज बेस में ये सारी चीजें हैं. नॉट ओनली हैज इट लर्न फ्रॉम दीज थिंग्स, इट कैन ऑल्सो it's also a language model. What is language model? Language model is दो लोग कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं, हाउ डू दे कम्युनिकेट? तो not only is it a neural network which has learned from all the information on internet, it's also a language model which helps it to communicate with you in the way its communication needs to happen. It will not be like a robot communicating with you. It will be like a normal person communicating with you because it has learned from a lot of these conversation also. How do two people interact? How do two people converse with each other? and therefore if you go on chat gpt and you start communicating with it, it will start communicating with you as if there's another human being on that side, and you will feel like you are not speaking to a machine, you're not speaking to a computer program, you're speaking to a human. But on several occasions it will tell you कि भाई I'm a AI model and thus I do not have feelings, अगर आप पूछोगे चैट जीपीटी से, बट इट विल बी टेलिंग यू लाइक अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, जैसे किसी दूसरे ह्यूमन ने आपको रिप्लाई किया होता वैसे ही इट विल बी डूइंग. ओके, तो व्हाट इज चैट जीपीटी ब्रॉड लेवल पे समझ में, वी विल गो इनटू द टेक्निकलिटीज like it's a language model, what is meant by language model, it's a generative AI, what is meant by generative AI, neural network, we already understand the meaning of neural network, we'll go into those details. But at very basic level, इंटरनेट पे जितना भी टेक्स्ट था 2021 में, चैट जीपीटी was a neural network that trained on all that text, and thus उसका knowledge base इतना सारा है. Then it's also a language model, and thus it can interact with you in a way humans would have interacted, and it's not just a chat bot जो आपसे chat कर रहा है. It can do several intelligent things. It can do your homework, it can write an essay for you, it can write a poem for you, it can write an artistic quote for you, a new quote altogether. It can do all those things. Okay, so Manan is asking, so it means AI is not capable of creating new ideas. नहीं, देखो, where do new ideas come? आपके दिमाग में नए आइडियाज कहाँ से आएंगे? वो आएंगे बेस्ड ऑन द नॉलेज दैट यू हैव. उन सारे नॉलेज से ही आप कुछ नई चीज सोच पाओगे, उन सारे नॉलेज को ही इंटरप्रेट करके आप कोई नई चीज सोच पाओगे. एंड चैट जीपीटी वुड बी एबल टू डू दैट, AI would be able to do that. अभी हम समझते हैं चैट जीपीटी के बाद we'll go to many other things which AI is doing. जैसे गूगल का एक डीप माइंड प्रोग्राम है. अंडर दैट प्रोग्राम it has identified millions of new material which we have not created, we as humans have not created it, but there's a possibility of that happening. Who predicted that? Who predicted these new materials? Artificial intelligence did that. अभी हम आएंगे उस पर. Sir, sites like Reddit and Twitter have reduced instances or made login mandatory to reduce the scraping of data by OpenAI. Would not it hamper the development of language model? It may hamper it, but even without all these things, जो freely available data है, उससे भी बहुत ज़्यादा learning हो सकती है. Okay, so we'll come to this thing. But सबसे पहले एक बेसिक लेवल पे आप लोगों को समझ में आया चैट जीपीटी क्या है. It's a neural network which has trained on large amount of data, and it is what? It's a language model, and thus it is capable of conversing with human beings rather than just being a robotic answer yes, no, or just being a chatbot. अभी और डिटेल्स में जाते हैं और डिटेल कॉन्सेप्ट्स उसके समझते हैं. ओके, so it's an open tool which has been developed by OpenAI. OpenAI is name of the organization, institution which was set up in 2015 by a group of entrepreneurs and researchers like Elon Musk, Sam Altman, and Craig Brockman. Sam Altman is also the CEO. So what is it? It's based on generative pre-trained transformer architecture. अभी ऐसे समझते हैं what is meant by generative pre-trained transformer architecture. GPT का full form generative pre-trained transformer architecture. देखो पहले pre-trained का मतलब समझो. देखो machine learning में were we training our model? Yes. Neural network में were we training our model? Yes. This is this pre-training. Okay. So here it is trained on massive amount of text data from internet. 570 GB of text data on internet which existed till September 2021. जो ChatGPT का अभी वाला मॉडल है it was learning from it. First. Second, it's a type of neural network. हमने समझा अभी neural network क्या है? It's a type of neural network and was first introduced in a paper titled Attention is All You Need, and later more advanced way of it has developed. Then a neural network can fine tune its output based on feedback given to it during stages of training. ट्रेनिंग वाले फेज की बात कर रहे हैं अपन ने, मशीन लर्निंग वाले फेज में ऑलरेडी से समझा है. दिस अलाउज द मॉडल टू बेटर अंडरस्टैंड द कॉन्टेक्स्ट and meaning of input and generate conversational output. That is what it's trying to say is it is able to understand the context of the word. For example, when I say shoot, अब shoot एक context में हो सकता है कि shoot a bullet, shoot का दूसरा context होता है shoot a picture. तो किस word के साथ किस stanza में shoot use हो रहा है, it will be able to understand that context also. Okay, now out a sequence of words as output that are related to some words given as input with appropriate semantic relation. मैं आपसे पूछूं आपका नाम क्या है, and a human being would reply to me कि my name is Sahil, right? अब आपका नाम क्या है, वो साहिल है. This was knowledge, but how it should be reproduced? The way I asked it. If I just ask you name, you say Sahil. If I ask you tell me your name in other language, you'll be able to. अच्छा proper noun में तो चलो language बदलेगा नहीं. What is the meaning of your name in Brazilian language or in Portuguese language? You अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि यहाँ पे आपका नाम नहीं पूछ रहे, यहाँ आपके नाम का मतलब पूछ रहे हैं पोर्चुगीज लैंग्वेज में. दैट विल कम ओनली व्हेन यू आर एबल टू प्रोसेस दिस सेंटेंस, अंडरस्टैंड इट्स सिमेंटिक्स, अंडरस्टैंड इट्स कॉन्टेक्स्ट, एंड ChatGPT has been done to do so. What is a language model? It's a software that prints out a sequence of words as output that are related to some words given as input. Input कुछ वर्ड्स गए हैं, उसके रिस्पॉन्स में आउटपुट वर्ड गया है, बट विथ अप्रोप्रिएट सिमेंटिक रिलेशन. In practical terms, it means that it can perform tasks like answering questions and carrying on conversation with humans. It is often used in natural language processing. Language model is used in natural language processing, and here also in ChatGPT we have used this thing. Then neural network. Neural network क्या है, हमें समझ में आता है. Neural network we already understand neural network, so it's a neural network. Here it uses what is called reinforcement training. Reinforcement training is like this training process and technology together, a large network of computer that can fine tune its output of words based on the feedback given to it during stages of training. So training में जो आपको feedback मिल रहा है, based on that you are learning, you are improving your model. This is called reinforcement training. That was happening in machine learning, that was happening in neural network, and that has happened in ChatGPT also. It also uses something called word embedding. Word embedding का मतलब मैंने वही समझाया था ना, जो shoot किस context में है, उस the word like shoot का context, shoot a picture for me. तो आप कैमरा से शूट करोगे, shoot this deer, आप उसे बंदूक से शूट करोगे, right? ये which word should be embedded in when answer is being given, which word should be embedded, which word should be included there. That mechanism has also been understood in a machine learned manner here. Okay, so these terms, like in preliminary examination, they will not go into details of how it functions. They will ask you the term word embedding news में था recently, या reinforcement training news में था, या फिर natural language processing news में था, और they may ask you कि ChatGPT में इनमें से क्या क्या यूज हुआ है. Have they used natural language processing? Have they used word embedding? Have they used reinforcement training? And you should be able to answer that. At very broad level, you should understand what ChatGPT is. It's a neural network which is trained on all the existing text data. Note it very carefully. It is only trained on text data. It is not trained on image data or video data, and thus it will not be able to take image as input and give image as an output. It will not be able to take video as input and give video as an output. Those kind of things it will not be able to do. That is done by multi-mode AI. We'll come to the topic of multi-mode AI in the coming section. Okay, अब ChatGPT का ही, जैसे ChatGPT ट्रेन हुआ है, वैसे ही Google का एक AI मॉडल है called Google Bard. It is Google's generative AI model. You should also know about this. You should also be using this. You should like आप अपनी पढ़ाई के लिए, बाकी चीजों के लिए ChatGPT, Bard ये सब यूज करना शुरू कर सकते हैं. तो the way ChatGPT has been trained on a lot of text data, Bard has also been trained. Now recently in December 2023, Google has released Gemini. What is Gemini? Let's understand that. Let's understand the meaning of Google Gemini. So let's understand the purpose of Google Gemini. देखो, ChatGPT was a text model. Text model in the sense it trained on the text available on internet. So it was an AI model which trained on the text available. Whereas Gemini is a multimodal generative AI model. Multimodal means not only text, images bhi, video bhi. In fact, before we go to Gemini, let's understand what is multimodal AI. D, जो next topic है multimodal AI, let's understand that. Multimodal AI is a type of AI that can process and understand information from multiple types of sources. That's simple. ChatGPT could process and understand information from text. So it was not multimodal. Yahan pe it can process and understand information from multiple types of sources. It could be text, it could be image, it could be audio, it could be video. That is multimodal AI. So by integrating अब वो समझो कि will multimodal AI be better? Yes, it has ability to learn from many different sources, like in many different mechanisms. When it is processing an image, it can understand the emotions of people. चैट जीपीटी में क्या है, वो टेक्स्ट से इमोशन समझने की कोशिश कर रहा है कि किस इमोशन के साथ ये सेंटेंस बोला गया है, बट ऑडियो प्रोसेस कर पाना, वीडियो प्रोसेस कर पाना, उनके लैंग्वेज को समझ पाना, मॉड्यूलैरिटी को समझ पाना, उससे यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड मोर अबाउट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट, मोर अबाउट द सिनेरियो, एंड thus you can train your model better and you can give a better output. So it is multimodal AI is associated with that. And so it's like human brain. Human brain does not only process the written thing. हम images भी देखते हैं, हम videos भी देखते हैं. In all these forms, we understand the context, we study the context. Okay. So what are the advantages of multimodal AI when compared to traditional AI? Traditional AI, which is only based on text, has limitations. Multimodal AI would remove those limitations. कैसे limitation? It can understand the meaning of a video, which traditional model, or it can understand meaning of an image, meaning of an audio, which traditional AI will not be able to. It can generate more realistic images because it is able to process image. जब देखो, it will not only process image, it will also give you an output which is image. So it can thus give you more realistic images because it can give understand the image better, it can understand the shadowing better, it can understand the lighting better. It can create more natural sounding speeches. जब हम speech produce कर रहे हैं, तो एक तो चैट जीपीटी पे आप बोलते हो write me a speech for this occasion and it will give you a text, right? एक है multimodal AI को आप बोलो speak to me this new speech, and because it understands sound, it has trained on sound also, it will also be able to give you the modulation that you should be using in the speech. It will be able to give you an audio speech with emotions, with feelings and so on. Then important areas where they can be used, to processing CT scans or identifying rare genetic diseases. अब देखो CT scan में you have image, उसको process करना. Only when you have multimodal AI that processing would happen. ChatGPT was a text AI. So this is multimodal AI. बहुत सारे companies अब multimodal AI पे काम कर रहे हैं. जैसे ChatGPT भी अपना next version multimodal AI पे काम करने की बात कर रहे हैं. OpenAI is also reportedly working on a new project called 𝐂𝐨𝐵, which is expected to be a multimodal AI system from scratch, unlike the ChatGPT model. ChatGPT model text model है, ये 𝐂𝐵 would be a multimodal AI model. ऐसे ही Google का Gemini, it's a multimodal AI. हम अभी Gemini पढ़ रहे थे, उसे skip करके we came here. So what is Gemini? Gemini is a new multimodal generative AI model of Google. It's now available to users of Bard and to some developer platforms and even to new Google Pixel 8 Pro phones. This Gemini they have introduced in 3 sizes: Ultra, Pro and Nano. Ultra would be the most powerful one, and these things are being made available, is being seen as Google's answer to ChatGPT. ChatGPT emerged as a bigger player in generative AI. Bard उससे compete नहीं कर पा रहा था, but with Gemini being available through Bard, it is believed that it will be able to become bigger than ChatGPT. In fact, Google is trying to say that Gemini is better than ChatGPT. We are not sure about it. It's hard to say that for now. But what is important is its ability to work with videos and on devices without internet gives it some edge. The Gemini will be able to work on videos, it will be able to work on audios, and thus it will be having some advantages over ChatGPT, some advantages over other such things. Other such text AI model, text AI, generative AI models. That is an advantage that you have from have on Gemini or on multimodal AI. In general, these generative AI models are being criticized on these grounds. While these generative AI models can be very crucial, very useful, very beneficial for several things. I personally have started using Bard, have started using ChatGPT for various research, for summarizing, for understanding certain things. So it is very useful, but these problems have also emerged. For example, teachers are unhappy. वो अपने बच्चों को होमवर्क दे रहे हैं, बच्चे होमवर्क चैट जीपीटी से करवा के ले आ रहे हैं या बार्ड से करवा के ले आ रहे हैं. They should have done the research and then they should have come up with the answer that they are not doing. Then skilled white collar jobs may become maybe a victim here. I'm a software engineer, so I write code. I write code to solve certain problems. ChatGPT or Bard would be able to do it in a much easier manner. So a lot of jobs of these computer programs, a lot of these white collar jobs where intelligent decisions have to be taken, where some program has to be written, or where, for example, let's say speech has to be written. Speech writers ki job would become difficult because ChatGPT would be able to write a better speech, or content writers, their jobs would become difficult. Why? Because ChatGPT would be able to do it in a better way, in a faster way. Then India's IT service based exports may suffer because IT service sector is successful because we are able to have these engineers who can be paid very less, and they can provide you good quality computer programs, computer codes, and thus IT services. But now when this is being done by ChatGPT, so this export or this IT service sector in India may also suffer. Okay, I hope we are understanding this, we are getting this. These are some challenges which have emerged from ChatGPT. We already understand multimodal AI. What is multimodal AI? When AI can process multiple modes of information, not only text but also audio, video, images, etc. That is multimodal AI. Now let's come to Google DeepMind AI breakthrough that happened in November 2023. So to understand this breakthrough, let's first understand how new materials are developed. New material मतलब देखो एक नया form of plastic develop हो गया. That's a new material. Now it may have certain advantages, certain limitations, some properties. How do we develop new material? We develop it in labs जहाँ पे it is done with the help of trial and error. So we add something, we remove something, we add some component, we remove some component, and then the new product is formed. We look at its properties. Is it something new or is it something that already existed? We keep on doing these things, and we have been doing it for decades, and we have created thousands of materials, right? But this method is very expensive and time consuming. In the last few decades, we have created 28,000 stable material by this trial and error mechanism of labs. Chemistry labs में scientists are working, various mixture, trial and error is happening, and new materials are getting formed. जब new, तो ऐसा नहीं होता कि हर रोज नया material बन रहा है. When new material gets formed, and its properties are useful, its properties are beneficial, scientists are recognized a lot. A lot of new materials have been formed which does not serve any unique purpose, or does not serve any new purpose, and thus they do not play any role. So we have 28,000 material developed over the last few decades by this trial and error mechanism. But now comes artificial intelligence. अब देखो, अब let's understand how artificial intelligence or machine learning will be able to develop new materials. आप अगर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को फिर से समझना मशीन लर्निंग के एग्जांपल से, मशीन लर्निंग में यू हैव इनपुट डेटा, तो यू नो ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग मटेरियल्स. इन दोस ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग मटेरियल्स यू नो carbon has created bonds with which other atoms, oxygen has created bonds with which other atoms, what kind of bonds are stable, what kind of bonds are unstable. So you have 28,000 material and different bonds which exist there. Those bonds are basically features, feature 1, feature 2, feature 3. And you have lots of things which could not create stable compounds or stable material. You have negative data also, you have positive data also. आप उन सबको यूज करके you train your machine learning model. And this new machine learning model will be able to give you all the new materials that could be formed, that you haven't formed, whose possibility is there. And this is what Google's DeepMind has done. What has it done? Google's DeepMind AI tool known as Graph Network for Material Exploration Genome. It has successfully predicted the structure of more than 2 million new materials. Please note, it has not produced those materials. It has predicted the structure. आपने इस मॉडल को ट्रेन करने के लिए एग्जिस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर्स दिए एंड जो स्ट्रक्चर्स पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाए वो भी दिए. It trained on that model and then it generated more than 2 million new materials. गूगल का एक DeepMind इनिशिएटिव है, DeepMind AI टूल है, उसने ग्राफ नेटवर्क फॉर मटेरियल एक्सप्लोरेशन जीनोम, दिस DeepMind AI टूल, सॉरी गूगल का DeepMind AI टूल है कॉल्ड जीनोम. इट हैज गिवन यू द पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ 2 million न्यू मटीरियल्स. देखो, ओवर द लास्ट डिकेड्स वी हैव डेवलप्ड 28,000 मटीरियल. अब 2 million मटीरियल which are possible has been identified by this AI model. While these materials will still need to be still need to be created, synthesized, tested, but DeepMind has already said out of this more than 2 million material, 3,81,000 are the most stable ones and they would definitely be formed. So देखो, over the last decades only around 30,000 materials have been formed. Google का DeepMind का genome project or DeepMind tool genome has given you 3 lakh plus materials which it predicts to be stable and thus can be created in lab. Those benefits can come from there. Okay, the point is, this is an example of how artificial intelligence can play a role in finding things which did not exist earlier. कोई अभी एक बच्चा शुरू में पूछ रहा था कि हाउ विल इट प्रमोट ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस. अब सोचो ना, एक केमिकल कंपनी के लिए व्हाट इज ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस? ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इज बीइंग रेडली एबल टू प्रोड्यूस न्यू केमिकल्स, राइट? Google AI model has given details of 3,85,000 new products which would be stable. अब आप लैब में rather than testing all hundreds of things and then identifying one new things which is possible, you test only these 3,85,000 models and create new material. Okay, so this is one example of how artificial intelligence is creating new material. Then if you go to this thing, predicting protein structure with this another topic, predicting protein structure with AI. यही जो गूगल का DeepMind वाला प्रोजेक्ट है ना, नहीं अच्छा, ये गूगल का DeepMind, हाँ ये इसने DeepMind ने अभी आपको एक जीनोम टूल दिया. जीनोम टूल डिड व्हाट? जीनोम टूल प्रिडिक्टेड न्यू मटेरियल. ऐसे ही DeepMind का एक और टूल है, AI बेस्ड प्रोग्राम कॉल्ड AlphaFold 2. What is AlphaFold 2 doing? This AlphaFold 2 is accurately and quickly predicting the structure of protein starting from sequence of amino acid that constitute it. So if you know the amino acids which form a protein, it is able to predict the structure of the protein. What shape, what size would be of the protein, it is able to do that. So देखो, all these are application of DeepMind in chemical sector, application of AI in chemical sector, application of AI in health sector. तो आपसे ना इस तरह के सवाल आ सकते हैं. AlphaFold 2 न्यूज में था नीचे रिसेंटली, जीनोम न्यूज में था, वो किस लिए था? तो इट्स एन एआई मॉडल. जीनोम इज एन एआई मॉडल व्हिच हैज प्रेडिक्टेड 2 million plus new material. What is AlphaFold 2? What has AlphaFold 2 done? AlphaFold 2 has identified the structure of a protein from the chain of amino acids using which it was formed. Okay, then okay, so these are some recent technology development in the field of artificial intelligence. Let's now come to facial recognition technology. So facial recognition technologies are used in several places. जैसे अब तो if you are traveling through if you are going through airports are also using facial recognition technology to streamline your passes through the airports in India. But let's first understand what is facial recognition technology. Facial recognition technology is a biometric tool. वो आपके, तो how does it function? It has some existing image. It will take your picture and will try to match that picture with some of the existing image. उससे अगर match is good enough, it will be able to tell you, okay, you are this person. Now, how does this matching happen? आपने एग्जिस्टिंग इमेज है, आपने उसके सारे फीचर्स स्टडी कर रखे हैं, जैसे व्हाट इज द डिस्टेंस बिटवीन आईब्रोज, what is the distance between the nose holes, what is the width, what is the length, what is the jaw size, what are the kind of lips there, what is the kind of eyebrows. ये सारी चीजें उसने उस इमेज के बारे में पढ़ के रखा हुआ है. When it gets a new image, it identifies all these features. And then it matches it with the existing images. Using that, it is able to recognize you. जैसे आपका facial recognition, nowadays phones are also using facial recognition technology to unlock themselves. आपके फोन में वो एक तो थंब प्रिंट वाला मैकेनिज्म हो सकता है जिससे फोन अनलॉक होता है, एक फेस रिकॉग्निशन वाला मैकेनिज्म होता है जिससे फेस अनलॉक होता है. So if sometimes this face recognition algorithm does not function, if your face has modified a lot, it is not able to recognize your face because matching नहीं हो पाएगी. So what is facial recognition technology? It's a type of biometric technology that identifies and verifies individuals by analyzing and comparing patterns in their facial features. आपके facial features का pattern is compared with the pattern of the stored facial features. If they match, you are the same person. If they don't match, you are not the same person. This is facial recognition technology. Now, how does facial recognition technology work? सबसे पहले your image is captured, then features of your image are extracted. Which features? Like distance between two eyes, shape of the nose, width of the jaw, and so on. These features would be extracted. These features would be matched with the existing image. Then, if match is good enough, verification happens, identification happens. If match is not good enough, you are not the same person. This is how facial recognition technology functions. Where are we using facial recognition technologies? So security and law enforcement agencies are, आपको टेररिस्ट को आइडेंटिफाई करना है, टेररिस्ट को ढूंढना है, तो टेररिस्ट का इमेज आपके डेटाबेस में है. यू कैन टेक पिक्चर्स फ्रॉम ट्रैफिक सिग्नल्स, फ्रॉम मेट्रोज एक्सेट्रा, एंड उन पिक्चर्स को सबको प्रोसेस करते जाओ एंड मैच करते जाओ टेररिस्ट वाले इमेज से. इफ टेररिस्ट इज एक्चुअली गोइंग थ्रू दैट प्लेस, पासिंग थ्रू दैट प्लेस, you will be able to recognize in real time that ये person terrorist है जिसे मैं ढूंढ रहा था. Then border control purpose के लिए भी, for example, identifying travelers at airports and border crossing, it is also facial recognition technology are used there. Biometric authentication, आपके फोन आपको आइडेंटिफाई कर पा रहा है, रिकॉग्नाइज कर पा रहा है यूजिंग योर this thing. Marketing and advertisement, FRT can also be used to track users and user choices which can lead to better marketing for that particular user. But ये ना एक criticism भी होता है कि आप marketing purpose के लिए मेरे privacy violate कर रहे हो. Then social media tagging, social media tagging में क्या हो जाएगा, जैसे you have taken some image और वो आपने post किया है, अब उस image में 5 लोग हैं. Image processing technology, facial recognition technology will be able to tag them, will be able to tell them, acha, this person is Santosh, you can tag Santosh here. This person is Rahul, you can tag Rahul here, and so on. So these are various applications of facial recognition technology, but there are some concerns. एक concern है surveillance and violation of privacy. Facial, like, I may not want that government is, when I'm passing through railway stations, government is taking my picture and matching it with the database and thus is able to store कि Santosh was in Delhi railway station at this particular time. I do not want that my privacy should be violated or I should be tracked in such a manner. Technology, there are some technology challenges also, like these facial recognition technologies are prone to digital attacks, or the use of physical or digital portrait 3D models such as deepfakes etc. could be created with the help of this. Accuracy concerns are also there. Sometimes poor accuracy can lead to wrong authentication. Like poor accuracy of facial recognition technology may lead to someone else opening my phone using their face. These kind of problems do exist. Okay, so I hope we understand facial recognition technology, we understand various mechanisms in which facial recognition technology function. Now, let's come to some recent facial recognition technologies which were in use. एक है ASTR of Department of Telecommunication. What is ASTR? Artificial Intelligence and Facial Recognition Power Solution for Telecom SIM Subscriber Verification. So simple. Let's understand the story behind. Let's understand the reason behind ASTR. देखो, government allows Department of Telecommunication allows that एक ID पे you can take only 9 SIMs, not more than 9 SIMs. But on several occasions, people have taken more number of SIMs and they are being used for illegal purposes. So using this ASTR tool, what government did, first they asked all the telecom service providers, you give me the details of all the subscribers, उनका नाम, उनका photo, you give me details of all the subscribers. It took these details from the subscribers. Now it has images of all the subscribers. Using facial recognition technology, it was able to bring all the images which were same, मतलब एक ही person की image together. So there were people who had used different names, but उनका image same था. So using that, it was able to identify, okay, there are these 30 people, there are these 30 people, there is this person who has used the same image. It's the same person for 30 different phone numbers. There is this person who has used same image for 50 different phone numbers. This person who has used same image for 80 different phone numbers, and so on. In this way, we were able to identify so many fake IDs and people who had taken phone numbers without proper documents. And using this tool, those people were identified and many subscriptions were closed, many phone numbers were closed. This was done using ASTR tool of Department of Telecommunication. यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे इसका रिजल्ट ये था कि 40 lakh cases of people using a single photograph to obtain connections were detected. After due verification, more than 36 lakh connections were discontinued. This is a use of facial recognition technology for preventing crime, for reducing crime. Else, using fake IDs, using IDs of some other people, pictures of some other people, बहुत बार numbers ले लिए जाते हैं, and then those phone numbers are used for illegal purposes. Okay, so ASTR tool of Department of Telecommunication, what is its purpose? I hope you understand. Then let's come to DigiYatra, airports using facial recognition technology in India. So many of you may have already used DigiYatra. DigiYatra app में क्या होता है? DigiYatra app is supposed to streamline your movement on airports. देखो airports में forget DigiYatra. अभी के लिए let's forget DigiYatra and understand what happens. Once you are entering airport, तो आपका ID check होता है, and the security in the main door only will verify you have the ID and you are the same person. Then when you will go to check-in, तो आप अपना बैगेज चेक इन करने जाओगे, वहाँ जहाँ पे आपको वहाँ पे भी आपका ID चेक किया जाएगा. It will take some time. Then security checking के time भी your ID would be checked and it will be verified कि you are the same person. And then finally जब आप board कर रहे हो, वहाँ पे भी sometimes this checking may happen. So there are 3-4 different places where your ID is verified, right? This takes time. Using DigiYatra, what has been done is DigiYatra app में आप जाके अपना आधार नंबर, अपना फोटोग्राफ डाल सकते हैं, ठीक है? Then when you will be entering the airport, DigiYatra app से your identity would be understood, your face would be associated with your identity, and wherever security was needed, wherever this verification was needed कि आप ही वो person हो and your ID was checked, now your face would act as your ID. Wherever you are going, whenever you are going to any place in the airport where this ID checking was required, where this security checking was required, which used to take time, now automatically your face would be taken as the verification and you will be able to pass through in a very fast manner. क्योंकि face का picture लेके facial recognition technology से जो DigiYatra app में आपने आधार डाला है, उससे they'll be able to verify, okay, it is this person, this person, this person, this person, and you do not have to show ID everywhere, you do not have to get delayed because of this. तो ये streamline करने के लिए DigiYatra app has been created. DigiYatra app has been created where facial recognition technology is being used for solving your problems. Okay, then let's now go to the topic of deepfakes. Let's understand deepfakes. एक सेकंड दीजिए. Let's understand the meaning of deepfakes. देखो, suppose you're watching a video. You're watching a video of Modi ji giving speech. Narendra Modi ji saying, भाइयों और बहनों, will do this, 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 this. This kind of thing. मोदी जी के तो बहुत सारे वीडियोस अवेलेबल हैं यूट्यूब पे. फाइन. What artificial intelligence tools can do is it can learn several things from these videos. It can understand several things from these videos. Fine. मोदी जी कैसे बोलते हैं, मोदी जी का एक्सप्रेशन क्या है, मोदी जी की लिप्स का मूवमेंट कैसा होता है, आईज का मूवमेंट कैसा होता है, गर्दन की मूवमेंट कैसी होती है. It can do that. Then what artificial intelligence can also do is some other person is doing something else. मान लो कोई और पर्सन है, वो जाके अनाज काट रहा है. On that video they can superimpose Narendra Modi's, and it would appear because it has learned how Modi ji will be moving his head, how Modi ji would be how Modi ji's eyebrows are, how Modi ji's eye expression are, how Modi ji's breathing pattern is, how Modi ji's lips movement are. तो वो जो पर्सन जो खेत में अनाज काट रहा है, उस पे all these Modi ji's feature would be put in. And it would appear to you, when you watch that video, it would appear to you as if Modi ji खुद ही अनाज काट रहे, but he's not there. It's a fake video which has been created using deep neural network, machine learning, artificial intelligence, or neural network, deep neural network, and that's why it is called deep fake. Are we getting this? Are we understanding it? I generally play a video here, but क्योंकि अब हम YouTube लाइव पे और वो वीडियो में प्ले करूंगा तो कॉपीराइट का इश्यू आ जाएगा, तो आई एम नॉट प्लेइंग दैट वीडियो. इस नोट्स में, इस नोट्स के डिस्क्रिप्शन में आपके पास वो वीडियो है, यू कैन वॉच दैट वीडियो टू अंडरस्टैंड. जैसे मैं यहाँ खड़े होकर कुछ बोल रहा हूँ, कल देयर इज समवन एल्स हु इज यूजिंग अब्यूजिव लैंग्वेज, लेट्स से there is someone else who is using abusive language, and a lot of my videos are on YouTube. So what some people can do is they can they can take all those videos, they can process all that videos using deep neural network and all, and identify my way of speaking, the pauses that I take, the expression I give, and उसे use करके someone else who was using abusive language वो एक वीडियो बना देंगे which would appear that I am using that abusive language, I am saying all those things. This is called deep fake. तो यहाँ पे deep neural network यूज किया जाता है to develop fake videos. This is called deep fake. Okay, so what is deep fake? Deep fakes refer to manipulated media, audio, video, or image created using a form of artificial intelligence called deep learning or deep neural network. This manipulation content uses lip syncing, swapping of face, etc., mostly without consent. I hope we are understanding what deepfake is. Deepfake का मतलब समझ में आया कि ये artificially created और ये manipulated media है. It's not original media. Media or media can be video, media can be audio, media can be image, which has been manipulated. Using what? Using deep neural network. We understand what deep neural network is. So it's a type of machine learning. Machine learning is a type of AI. So deep neural network is an advanced type of artificial intelligence. Okay, I hope आपको क्लैरिटी आई है कि डीप फेक होता क्या है. नाउ वेरियस न्यूज रिलेटेड टू डीप फेक्स वर देयर. फॉर एग्जांपल, यहाँ पे देयर वाज दिस फेमस एक्ट्रेस रश्मिका मंदाना एंड देन कैटरीना कैफ. उनके डीप फेक वीडियोस वर सर्कुलेटेड which created controversies in November. So there was some person in United Kingdom, उसका फेस हटा के रश्मिका मंदाना का फेस लगा दिया गया था, and those videos were circulated. So for a novice person who did not understand deepfake, they thought that it is this actress who has been shown in that video, who has been shown in that particular dress. But it was a deepfake video. So it could be a deepfake can thus become problematic for a lot of people. Okay, so let's understand how does deepfake technology function. How does deepfake technology work? Okay, it works through what is called generative adversarial network. generative adversarial network. It uses a technology called generative adversarial network. तो इसमें क्या होता है, इसमें ना in generative adversarial network they use two different models. They use two different computer programs. One computer program is supposed to create the fake video. So you have features of a person available. ये features आप impose करोगे एक नए वीडियो में. So this computer program is supposed to create this new video, and this computer program is supposed to identify that ये fake है या नहीं. So it knows features of original features of the individual जिसका आप deep fake बनाने जा रहे हो. What this program has done, it has imposed those features on a new person or on a new video or new audio. This computer program will look at this new video and वहां से उसके features identify करेगा and will see whether these features are matching these features or not. If they are not matching, means your deepfake video is not good enough, and this will make a better version. It will keep on making a better version till the time this second program is not able to differentiate between the original person and the deepfake person. Till the time the second computer program is not able to differentiate between the original person and the deepfake person. एक बार वो हो जाता है तो your deepfake video is ready. Computer program itself was not able to identify or differentiate between the deepfake video and the original video. So this is generative adversarial network. तो लार्जर द सोर्स ऑफ मटेरियल, तो जो आपका ओरिजिनल सोर्स ऑफ मटेरियल है, जैसे आपको अगर मोदी जी का डीपफेक वीडियो बनाना है तो मोदी जी के जितने ज्यादा वीडियोस लोगे, जितने ज्यादा वीडियोस से यू विल एक्सट्रैक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन, more would be the benefit, more would be the outcome on this side. Better would be the outcome on this side, because more would be the input video, more will be the features, more accurately you will be able to extract features, and using those features when you are creating new video which are deep fakes, they will be of much better quality. Okay, तो इसके कुछ advantages भी हो सकते हैं, जैसे it can create possibilities and opportunities for all. How can it create possibilities and opportunities for all? Suppose I'm teaching here, I'm teaching in English, and someone wants that I should be able to speak this in Hindi as well. So a deepfake video can be created where I'm not speaking in English but I'm speaking in Hindi, and other students would be able to consume this, and those Hindi medium students would also be able to watch this video, understand this video. That's an application of deepfake. Then there could be other applications like people who are losing their voice. जैसे let's say I'm suffering from some disease and I'm going to lose my voice. I'll not be able to speak anything in future. Their deepfake based on my past videos in future can also keep on creating voice for me, keep on creating videos for me. So these are some good applications for deepfakes, but deepfakes are very dangerous. They can be weaponized to inflict harm. They can be used to promote crime against women. आप एक women का face सुपर इम्पोज कर दो किसी दूसरे क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटीज में इन्वॉल्व वुमेन पे या pornography वाले वीडियोस पे, that will lead to what? That will lead to harassment of this women. Then it can endanger social harmony. You can create a deepfake video where some political leader is abusing some religion. In this case, what would happen? The social tensions may increase because most of the people will not be able to understand that that's a fake video. Then decrease trust towards institutions like government, media. Why? Because false propaganda may be propagated against these bodies. It may also undermine democracy and impair diplomacy. वो कैसे हो सकता है? Recently we have seen that during elections in several countries, deepfakes videos played a very important role in influencing voters, and thus democracy को भी negatively impact कर रहा है deepfake. या फिर diplomacy को, like some video can be circulated where Pakistan is saying something about Israel. Israel would reply in a strong terms. Pakistan would also reply in strong terms. Tension between two countries may go up, and it all started because of a comment which was not given by the minister from Pakistan, but which was given by a deepfake video, which was done by a deepfake video. So deepfakes can thus be very problematic. Deepfakes can thus create a number of issues. So there are methods to identify deepfakes. For example, abhi tak, like eventually these methods would also be not available, but for now, जैसे deepfakes have not become advanced enough, and you'll be able to see unnatural blinking in deepfake video or no blinking at all. When unnatural blinking is happening or no blinking is happening, so you would be able to recognize that that video is a deepfake video. Lighting will not be right because deepfake video में आप lighting create कर रहे हो ना, तो अभी the deepfakes have not become advanced enough to deal with these challenges. Then voice could be robotic sometime. If the video sounds too sensational, then there are chances that it's a deepfake video. Voices that miss the mark on lip synchronization can also, lip synchronization में भी कुछ issue हो सकता है. तो through this you can identify deepfake videos, but these are temporary issues. Eventually deepfakes would be able to get rid of these problems also, and identifying a deepfake video can be a huge problem, huge issue. Okay, so recently Ministry of Information and Technology have issued advisory to social media companies related to about how to prevent the expansion of deepfakes and how to prevent the harassment. For example, November 2023 में Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology released an advisory where it said that IT rules 2021 require that all content reported to be fake or produced using deepfake be taken down by intermediary platform within 36 hours. So when I tell YouTube that this is a deepfake video of mine, this is not mine, that should be taken down within 36 hours. Intermediary कौन है यहाँ पे? Intermediary YouTube है. देखो, YouTube may not have uploaded the deepfake video. The deepfake video was uploaded by some other person. That person uploaded the video. YouTube thus is not held liable for that fake video. But YouTube should remove that video within 36 hours of being reported. If YouTube does not remove that video within 36 hours of being reported, then they will lose their safe harbor immunity. What is safe harbor immunity? देखो, YouTube क्या है? YouTube is an intermediary where YouTube is an intermediary where you are publishing videos. YouTube is not responsible for that video, and thus कोई गलत चीज जब publish होती है, YouTube is not punished. YouTube has what is called safe harbor immunity. But if it has been reported that within 36 hours, it has been asked by government that within 36 hours the video should be removed, and if YouTube is not removing that, then YouTube is also punishable. YouTube can also be punished. It will lose their safe harbor immunity. So it has safe harbor immunity because it only acts as intermediary. Video कोई और upload कर रहा है, कोई और consume कर रहा है. Thus it has safe harbor immunity. But government says that you lose your safe harbor immunity if you do not remove the video in 36 hours. This was said in the notification in November 2023. Then later in December 2023 also another notification was, another advisory was sent to social media firms by Ministry of Information Technology, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. What did this advisory say? They said intermediaries communicate prohibited content, particularly those specified under Rule 31B of the IT rules, clearly and precisely to users. So intermediaries should tell users what are the things which are clearly prohibited, what are the things which should not be uploaded. Intermediaries should clearly tell users about that, should communicate users about that. This advisory talked about it. The December 2023 advisory have talked about this. So deepfake ना इस साल के लिए both for preliminary examination, mains examination is an important topic. Prime Minister Modi spoke about the dangers of deepfake in November 2023. बाद में government is issuing so many advisories. So you should understand deepfake क्या है, कैसे बना है, and what kind of problems that it can be creating. Now there are some other examples of problems which have occurred. For example, अभी जनवरी में आप देखेंगे voice cloning through artificial intelligence is being used for scams. ये न्यूज था. तो they gave various examples. जैसे अप्रैल 2023 में वॉइस जैसे अभी हमने वीडियो क्लोन कर दिया था which was a fake video, ऐसे ही deep fake में what can also happen? Voice cloning can happen. So only voice, like a lot of my voice is available, उसको extract करके a lot of features can be extracted from it, and then a new audio can be created where I'm requesting my father, I need 1 lakh rupees. He would hear my voice and he would be like, हाँ मेरा बेटा ही बोल रहा है, and he will transfer 1 lakh rupees in some account which may not be my account. So this is also deepfake का example. Deepfake में rather than making videos, we are making audios. So here are some examples. In April 2023, a family living in Arizona, USA was threatened to pay ransom for fake kidnapping pulled off by an AI cloned voice. In December 2023, a Lucknow resident was duped to transfer a substantial amount through UPI. All these are what? All these are deepfakes. Used things to create audio and video to harass or to exploit people. यहाँ पे एक study है, a report titled Artificial Imposter published in May 2023 revealed that 47% of surveyed Indians, of all the Indians that they had surveyed, 47% have either been a victim or knew someone who had fallen prey to AI generated voice scam. This problem exists in India as well. So how the cloning is done? So we know deepfake wala mechanism, deep neural network can be used, and there are various voice cloning tools also available. Just as Seamless M40 hai, iOS 7 is also providing voice cloning feature in Apple. On 2nd of January 2024, MIT and Tsinghua University in Beijing and members of AI startup MyShell, they have released Open Voice, an open source voice cloning tool that is almost instant and offers granular control to modify one's voice that isn't found on other such platforms. So there are many such advanced tools coming up, and in future controlling these misuse of these tools may become a challenge, may become an issue. Okay, so this was all the technology related issues of artificial intelligence. अब हम कुछ regulations वगैरह की बात करेंगे, कुछ international organizations की बात करेंगे which are dealing with artificial intelligence, which are dealing with machine learning. But before that, let me quickly summarize everything that we have done so far. We started with artificial intelligence. We said that artificial intelligence is the science of making intelligent computer programs. उससे हम machines को भी intelligent बना देते हैं. Now, this intelligence can be achieved in multiple ways. It could be achieved through rules mechanism, it could be achieved by Bayesian graph, or it could be achieved by machine learning. So machine learning is one of the ways by which you can make your computer program intelligent. So machine learning is one of the ways in which you can achieve artificial intelligence. So machine learning is also a type of artificial intelligence. Not all artificial intelligence is machine learning, but all machine learning is artificial intelligence. Machine learning में हम क्या करते हैं? We train our model on existing data. We have existing data. We train our model on that. Our model learn from that data, and that's why the term machine learning. And this learned model will be doing what? This learned model will be intelligent and would be able to take decisions, would be able to take intelligent decisions, and would be able to solve some problem for you. This was artificial intelligence and machine learning. Then we looked at various applications of artificial intelligence, machine learning. Then we spoke about ChatGPT, how ChatGPT functions. So ChatGPT is what? Neural network. Neural network is a type of machine learning. Neural network mein this neural network has trained over text data which was available on internet, some 500 GB plus text data. That's huge amount of data. It has trained over that and is thus very knowledgeable in the sense because it has learned from all that data. So it can give you lots of answers. So it's not only something which will give you lots of answers, it's also a language model, and thus would communicate with you as if some other human being is communicating. So it also uses, it has also used natural language processing. Language model use natural language processing. So it can communicate with you as if other human being is communicating with you. So it's very knowledgeable and it can give you the response in the way you would want response. If you ask ChatGPT, explain this to me as if I am a 6-year-old person, it will explain that topic to you as if you are a 6-year-old person. You can ask ChatGPT, explain this to me as if I am 100 years, like I'm a graduate. So it will explain that concept in a complex graduate level manner. So it's not just a chatbot. It can take care of various scenarios. It can take care of different pedagogy mechanisms which are available. So ChatGPT के बाद we went into ChatGPT was developed by OpenAI, so we said that Bard is another ChatGPT का counterpart which has been developed by Google to make Bard strong. Gemini has been developed. Gemini is a multimodal AI mechanism. So ChatGPT trained only on text and can give you only text output. Multimodal AI will be able to process not only text but also images, videos, audios, etc. and will be in output also they may give you images, audios, videos, etc. इसी का एक then we looked at various other applications of artificial intelligence जैसे गूगल का डीप माइंड इनिशिएटिव है. डीप माइंड इनिशिएटिव के अंदर जिनोम इनिशिएटिव, इन जिनोम व्हाट दे हैव डन, दे हैव आइडेंटिफाइड 2 million plus new material, जो doing that in labs would have taken many decades. Similarly, AlphaFold 2 is another tool developed by DeepMind of Google. This AlphaFold 2 is able to explain the structure of a protein if you give it the chain of amino acids using which the protein was formed. Then we spoke about deepfakes. We spoke about how deepfakes are created. So deepfakes are what? They are manipulated videos. Manipulated videos. I should not say only say video, because it can be video, audio, image, etc. So they are manipulated video or manipulated audio or manipulated image which have been created using deep neural network, and has emerged as a major cause of concern. And recently, Ministry of Information Technology has issued various guidelines associated with how deepfakes negative impact could be reduced, how deepfakes negative impact could be controlled. I hope ये इतनी चीजें हमें समझ में आ रही हैं. Now we will talk about some efforts at international level, at organization level, which are focused on regulating AI, which are focused on preventing the misuse of AI, which is also focused on ensuring that the advantages of AI reaches everyone. So let us talk about such initiative, such mechanisms. Okay, there are some online doubts. Let me take them. Is India working on any AI technology? Yes, India is working on several AI technologies. अभी हम बात करते हैं उसकी. Sir, can deepfakes be made from existing deepfake videos? Why not? अब existing deepfake videos भी तो फेक वीडियोज ही हैं, उससे फीचर्स एक्सट्रैक्ट करके इट कैन बी मेड. शुड बी नो डिफरेंस बिटवीन कॉन्वोल्यूशन, रिकरेंट एंड न्यूरल? नहीं, इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. न्यूरल नेटवर्क के अलग अलग टाइप है, इतनी डेप्थ में यूपीएससी नहीं जाएगा. बस न्यूरल नेटवर्क पे ही चला जाए वो काफी है. नोइंग व्हाट इज आरएनएन, व्हाट इज सीएनएन, यू डू नॉट नीड टू डू दैट. ओके, लेट्स टॉक अबाउट वेरियस इंस्टीट्यूशंस, ग्रुपिंग्स, एक्सेट्रा. अच्छा, give me a second, my phone is not getting, my laptop is not getting charged. It may get discharged. Let me switch on this thing. It's charging now. Okay, so let's now come to the global partnership on artificial intelligence. इनकी recent summit, recent meet was held in Delhi, and GPAI was in news for that reason. So GPAI is an international multi-stakeholder initiative to guide responsible development and use of AI. So it's what? It is an intergovernmental organization which is focused on promoting responsible development of AI. AI का development which is in sync with human rights, which is inclusive, which is protecting diversity, which is promoting innovation, which is promoting economic growth. So it's an intergovernmental, international, multi-stakeholder initiative, which is global partnership on AI is a multi-stakeholder initiative which is focused on responsible development for AI. So the idea for this was first given by Canada and France in 2018 at the G7 summit, and it was officially created in 2020 with 15 members. India was one of the founding members of GPAI. Currently, as of December 2023, it consists of 29 members, जिसमें 28 countries हैं, and European Union is there. China, which is a major player in AI, is not a member of GPAI. So, global partnership on AI, GPAI में China is not a member. Prelims में आ सकता है कि इनमें से कौन सी countries GPAI का part है. You should be able to clearly answer that China is not a part of it. Okay. The December meeting of its secretariat is hosted at OECD, and the December meeting of GPAI was held in Delhi. And India in 2024 is also the chair of GPAI. India will be leading GPAI in 2024. Now, the December 2023 meeting was a crucial meeting, was an important meeting, because this was the first meeting after we understood the implications of ChatGPT. ChatGPT नवंबर 2022 में रिलीज हुआ था, तो उसके बाद उसके implications क्या हो सकते हैं ये अब हमें समझ में आया है. And this was the first meeting of GPAI which happened after that, and they adopted, in this meeting they adopted what is called New Delhi Declaration. So what is New Delhi Declaration? New Delhi Declaration mein they have said ki what are the key things that they are working upon, that they are focusing upon, what are the key principles that they will be following. GPAI का New Delhi Declaration. So what are the key things that they are working upon? It says, the New Delhi Declaration says that we need to mitigate risk arising from development and deployment of AI system. The New Delhi Declaration has identified the challenges which may occur because of artificial intelligence, challenges of misinformation, unemployment, lack of transparency, lack of fairness, etc., which may occur because of ChatGPT. ChatGPT आपका IP violation में role play कर सकता है. आप किसी और का content अपने उसमें use कर रहे हो. ChatGPT can also create problems of unemployment. ChatGPT can also or deepfakes can promote misinformation. Deepfakes can lead to lack of transparency and fairness. These problems can be created, and this meeting or the New Delhi Declaration of GPAI has highlighted these problems. These problems do exist. It also says that there is a need to promote equitable access to critical resources for AI innovation. Now, देखो, Google, Facebook, they have lots of data. And artificial intelligence, machine learning के लिए आपको क्या चाहिए? You need a lot of data. So there are some companies, there are some countries who have lots of data and they'll be able to benefit from it. But there are other countries, other companies who do not have this kind of data. And therefore, for equitable development of AI, there is need of equitable access to these critical resources. And GPAI has also focused upon that. It has also focused on inclusivity. Inclusivity matlab, it says that AI में जो development हो रहा है, it should also be benefiting AI में जो development हो रहा है, it should also be benefiting whom? It should be benefiting the countries which are not very advanced, countries which are not able to do a lot of research there. And finally, a very important aspect, these members also agreed on including agriculture sector as one of the thematic priority for AI. India, this is one of the successes for India कि हम artificial intelligence में हमने artificial intelligence के broad themes में agriculture को भी introduce किया है. That is, now GPAI will also work upon, will also discuss about how agriculture could be made better using artificial intelligence. This was included in New Delhi Declaration, and this was one of the achievements of India as part of as the host of GPAI meet. Okay, now ऐसा ही एक और meet happened in November 2023, AI Safety Summit. AI Safety Summit. Now this AI Safety Summit was the देखो GPAI Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence was started in 2020 to focus upon responsible development of AI, right? उसमें China member नहीं है, but this meet AI Safety Summit is focused on primarily the problems which are being created by artificial intelligence. The first summit was held, AI Safety Summit का first summit was held at Bletchley Park on 1st and 2nd of November 2023. It was the first ever global summit on AI, on the AI safety issues, and more such summits are going to happen in future. So 27 countries participated in it. Other than EU को भी include कर लोगे तो you will have 28 countries participating in it. US was there, UK was there, China was there, Australia was there, India was there. So please note, GPAI में Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence में China is not a member, but in this AI Safety Summit में China also participated, and they agreed on what is called Bletchley Declaration on AI Safety. So what is this declaration talking about? It is saying that we need enhanced global cooperation on AI safety, and this cooperation should focus on, or the AI safety related issues should focus on two dimensions. One, identifying the risk which would be occurring, and two, creating cross-country policies to address these risks. Further, it has also explained what frontier AI, things like ChatGPT, generative AI, they have defined them as frontier AI, as they have potential. So frontier AI refers to highly advanced generative AI models, like ChatGPT, Bard, Gemini. These are generative AI models. They have declared them as frontier AI with potentially dangerous capabilities that can pose significant risk to public safety. So Bletchley Declaration, Bletchley is the place where the first summit for AI safety was held. It is in United Kingdom. In fact, why was it held here? Because it is the place where Enigma was broken. You know Enigma? Enigma was the encryption system used by Germans in World War II. वो communicate जो करते थे, वो communication उनका encrypted रहता था. They were using an encryption mechanism called Enigma. We will study about this in encryption technology in the coming classes on Computer 90. It was broken at Bletchley only. It also contributed to the development of Colossus. This place also contributed to the development of Colossus, often considered the world's first programmable electronic computer. And for these reasons, this place is significant, and first AI safety summit was held here in United Kingdom. China, India, US, all these countries participated, 27 countries plus EU participated, whereas global partnership on AI में जिसका summit इंडिया में हुआ था, जहाँ पे न्यू दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन है, ये दिस इज ब्लेचले डिक्लेरेशन. इससे पहले वाला जो डिक्लेरेशन है वो न्यू दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन है, GPAI वाला डिक्लेरेशन न्यू दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन. चाइना डज नॉट पार्टिसिपेट इन GPAI. ओके, नाउ सर इज देयर हाउ ChatGPT can pose risk to public safety? ChatGPT as such नहीं, but AI, deepfake. Can deepfake pose risk to public safety? Yes. Okay. Now, regulating artificial intelligence. What are the key things which are being done to regulate artificial intelligence? देखो, अब समझो, artificial intelligence, governments can use artificial intelligence anywhere. जैसे facial recognition technology, CCTV cameras लगे हुए हैं, वहाँ से आपकी images ली जा रही हैं, और facial recognition technology से you are being identified and then you are being tracked. Your privacy is being violated. Should this be allowed? No, should not be allowed. So there's a need to regulate artificial intelligence. There's a need to understand where artificial intelligence can be used, where it should not be used. In which scenario government can go up to what extent? In which scenario government should not interfere, should not violate privacy of citizens. And EU has reached a landmark agreement to regulate AI in December 2023. So why do we need to regulate AI? First thing is, why do we need to regulate AI? First is controlling big techs. देखो, it is big companies like OpenAI, Google, Facebook who have all this data and who will be able to create better AI models. And thus they'll be able to control a lot of things. So we need to regulate AI so that we'll be able to control this big tech companies, else they will become too powerful. And this would also have negative implications. सबसे powerful government ही होनी चाहिए, not the private organization. दूसरा, controlling the misuse. AI can be misused for violation of privacy. AI can be misused for creating enmity among people and all. उनको control करने की जरूरत है. Negative impact on economy may happen because of AI. Jobs पे ChatGPT can create problem. Inclusive development में this can create problems in future. AI development of robotics can lead to a lot of jobs getting lost. So we have to regulate that. That's why we need to regulate AI. Then preventing violation of privacy, IPR, etc. There is also a model collapse scenario. What is model collapse scenario? Machine learned models train on data sets, but AI generated data sets may create discrepancy and incorporate mistakes of previous AI models. So basically what we are trying to say here is, अपने models, जैसे आप ChatGPT है, ChatGPT has trained on previous data and it is giving you some output. Now that output will become your data. Next generation of models will train on that. Next generation of models will train on that. तो जो mistake पहले वाला है, it will keep getting incorporated in all the future data, which can create problems. This is being highlighted here. We need to regulate AI for this reason also. So EU has adopted the world's first law on regulating AI. अभी ये finally pass नहीं हुआ है, but almost हो गया है. Like the EU Parliament will now vote on the proposed act early next year, that is in 2024. But with deal done, it's just a formality because EU countries have agreed to it. So EU Parliament would be passing it. So what does this EU law propose? EU law is regulating the use of artificial intelligence. It has categorized artificial intelligence system into 4 categories and has accordingly provided regulation. जो ज़्यादा डेंजरस कैटेगरीज है उनको ज़्यादा रेगुलेट किया गया है, जो कम डेंजरस कैटेगरीज है उनको कम रेगुलेट किया गया है. फॉर एग्जांपल यू वुड सी हियर the deal includes strong restriction on facial recognition technology and on using AI to manipulate human behavior. You cannot just use facial recognition technology wherever you want, or you cannot use AI to manipulate human behavior. On those things there are stronger restrictions, but government can only use real-time biometric surveillance in public areas only when there is a serious threat involved, such as terrorism, etc. Otherwise, the real-time biometric surveillance in public areas are not allowed. So basically, EU is known to have strong laws related to privacy, strong laws related to data protection, strong laws related to, for example, now regulation of AI. So has these kind of laws been created by other countries? So generally what happens, EU creates the strongest laws, strongest regulations, and United States create the weakest regulation. Because United States में the capitalist class is able to have a lot of influence, is able to lobby government more. तो stronger regulation कहाँ आएंगे? EU में आएंगे. weaker regulation यहाँ पे आते हैं US में, और उनके बीच का जैसे यूनाइटेड किंगडम, इंडिया, these are places which will have regulations in between them. So not as strong as EU but not as weak as United States. For example, आप EU के केस में आप देखेंगे they have GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, since 2018. This is data protection law which is pretty strong, and the world is expected to emulate this. They say when we talk about our data protection law and when we have to talk about its limitation, we say that these are the areas where it is lesser than the laws of the European Union's GDPR law. ऐसे ही there are other initiatives by European Union, जैसे Digital Service Act है, Digital Market Act है. Digital Service Act focuses on issues like hate speech, counterfeit goods, etc. Digital Market Act has defined new category of dominant gatekeeper platforms and is focused on non-competitive practices. So basically, it's talking about big techs. It's Digital Market Act is focused on how this big tech company should not become monopolistic, should not hamper competition. So laws related to this is there in European Union. There is GDPR for data privacy law, there is Digital Service Act, there is Digital Market Act. All these things are strong laws to regulate online platforms, online systems, and to protect privacy of individuals. Other countries may not have it or may not be having as strong laws. India may be, जैसे government of India is planning that will come up with a Digital India Act to regulate AI. Niti Aayog has already released National Strategy on Artificial Intelligence, which focuses on responsible AI for all. Several steps are going on, but generally EU remains a leader on this side. From this perspective, EU remains a leader. Okay, so this was all about artificial intelligence, machine learning that is relevant for our preliminary examination. Now we'll cover the second booklet, which is focused on supercomputers, because this is focused on quantum computers, which is focused on cloud computing, वो सारे scenarios. Those are also very important, but यहाँ पे artificial intelligence and machine learning में, because there were lots of development, so I wanted to cover it separately, covering every aspect of it in a very exhaustive manner. So now let's take a break. Let's take a 20 minutes break. 20 minutes break लेते हैं, and it's 4 PM right now, so 4:20 पे मिलते हैं, and our session 2 would start at 4:20 and we'll be covering second booklet. For those of you who are watching online, please go to the Telegram channel. हमने description में Telegram channel का link दिया है, वहाँ पे both the PDFs are available. There both the PDFs are available. You can get those PDFs printed before the second class. If you do not have second PDF, please get it from there, so that you'll have notes in front of you and you can focus more on studying rather than focusing on noting down everything and not being able to understand the code. Sahil is saying 30 minutes. 30 minutes का break चाहिए, ज़्यादा नहीं हो जाएगा. चलो आप लोग घर पे हो, 30 minutes का ले लो. Let's make it 4:30. Let's meet at 4:30. लेट्स मीट एट 4:30. ओके सर, वीक लॉ यूएस का रहता है. हाँ, वीक लॉ यूएस का है, वीकेस्ट लॉ यूएस का रहता है. वहां पे देखो क्या होगा ना, कैपिटलिस्ट क्लास बहुत स्ट्रांग है, तो गूगल फेसबुक इन सब का इन्फ्लुएंस बहुत ज़्यादा रहेगा. वेरस यूरोपियन यूनियन के केस में दे जनरली बिकम दे हैव इन रिसेंट ईयर्स दे इमर्ज जस्ट लीडर्स इन रेगुलेटिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, इन प्रोटेक्टिंग इंडिविजुअल राइट, इन प्रोटेक्टिंग राइट्स ऑफ citizens and so on. Okay, so I'll see you at 4:30. At 4:30 we'll discuss the second booklet on quantum computers etc. Okay, यूके बीच में रहता है, यूके बीच में रहता है. ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच. Good evening everyone. एक बार online students, please confirm if I'm audible and visible. Chat में एक बार बता देंगे. So, good evening everyone. We are continuing the first session. So, we'll continue here with the second session. First session was a bit boring because it was all about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and associated complexities. I assure you, this would be a much better, much more interesting session. Here we have diverse topics. We will be talking about supercomputers. We'll be talking about supercomputing situation in India. Then quantum computers, various initiatives related to quantum computers, cloud computing, edge computing, web browsers, how do web browsers function, we'll talk about that. Internet of Things, Industrial Revolution 4.0, big data, net neutrality, and then we also have a list of subjects list of topics that we'll do in future classes. With these two booklets, we don't complete computer and IT. Along with these two booklets, we also have these areas to be covered: encryption, decryption, public key cryptography, digital signature, quantum cryptography, blockchain, bitcoins, other cryptocurrencies, NFTs, augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, web 3.0, wireless communication, 5G, 6G, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, NFC, RFID, optical fiber communication, FSOC, electronics ka basics, semiconductor manufacturing in India, LED, OLEDs, PM OLED, flexible LED, laser and other optoelectronics, wireless charging, 3D printing, barcode, QR code, and other current updates which may have taken place related to this. So, whatever we are doing in computer and IT, these are the total areas which we need to cover. So let us start with supercomputers. Now, when I talk about supercomputers, देखो supercomputer का नाम ही is telling you that. Just give me a second. So let us start with supercomputers. When we have to talk about supercomputers, if we understand the meaning of computer, that will help us better understand the meaning of supercomputer. देखो computers are what? Computer is anything which can store data and process data. That is computer. Like a computer can be very simple, like your phone can be a computer, your laptop can be a computer, or computer can be something as small as a microprocessor which can process some data. So computer is anything that processes and stores data. Now, how capable it is? What is the amount of data can it process? It can process in a unit time. Will decide whether it is supercomputer or not. So, say my laptop. This laptop has 8 GB of RAM. This in 1950s would have been a supercomputer. So, what is a supercomputer? A supercomputer is a computer which has enormous processing and storage capacity when compared to a contemporary computer. So this is a normal contemporary computer. In compared to this, the capability of a supercomputer would be much larger. That's a supercomputer. So a supercomputer is a computer with a high level computational capacity compared to a general purpose computer. A supercomputer is a computer with great speed and memory. It can store and process much higher amount of data. In simple terms, this is what supercomputer means. In fact, let's understand a term called flops. We will use this term flops regularly. This basically refers to floating point operations per second. Now, floating point, अगर आप कंप्यूटर सिस्टम में जाओगे, floating point is a mechanism to represent decimal numbers. तो देर आर इंटीजर्स जो 1, 2, 3 इनको रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे, बट देन देर आर फ्लोटिंग पॉइंट नंबर्स विच रिप्रेजेंट 1.1, 1.2 एंड सो ऑन. तो floating point operation per second is saying कि how many floating point operations, like how many floating point numbers will you be able to modify every second. So this is a method, or this is the unit in which we measure the computer's processing capacity. So 1 floating point operation, 2 floating point operation, 1000 floating point operation, 1 million floating point operation, 1 billion floating point operation, 1 trillion floating point operation, or we also measure it in terms of, you will see, petaflops. Petaflops is what? देखो, flops is floating point operation per second. So 1 flop will tell you your computer is capable of doing 1 floating point operation in 1 second. है ना? आपको बोला जाए 1 mega flop, 1 FLOPS, mega flops. This is 10 raised to 6 floating point operation per second. Gigaflops, 10 raised to 9 floating point operation per second. Giga के बाद टेरा, 10 raised to 12 floating point operation per second. इसके बाद होता है पीटा, 10 raised to 15 floating point operation per second. Exa, 10 raised to 18 floating point operation per second. So ऐसे it's defining the number of computers, the number of operations that you can do, floating point operation that you can do in 1 second. So as the capacity of computers would increase, its capability would increase. In the current world, in the current scenario, generally supercomputers have processing capacity in petaflops. They have processing capacity in petaflops. The largest floating point, the most powerful floating point, supercomputers will have floating point capacity in exaflops also. But I hope you understand the meaning of flops, floating point operation per second. Okay, तो अगर आप यहाँ पे आते हैं, if you look at the latest scenario in the supercomputer world, USA's Frontier is the most powerful supercomputer in the world with 1194 petaflops, और इसे exa में convert कर दो तो 1.194 exaflop capacity. This is the most powerful supercomputer in the world. What is the most powerful supercomputer in the world? Frontier. ये लेटेस्ट अब तो जैसे ये जो लिस्ट है ना, टॉप 500 लिस्ट, दिस टॉप 500 लिस्ट इज रिलीज्ड एवरी 6 मंथ. तो अभी नवंबर का रिलीज है. एज पर दिस नवंबर 2022 रिलीज, 23 रिलीज, व्हिच वाज द 62nd रिलीज. यूएसएस फ्रंटियर इज द मोस्ट पावरफुल कंप्यूटर, फॉलोड बाय यूएसएस ऑरोरा व्हिच इज having the capacity of 585 petaflops, followed by Eagle, which is again something which is in US only. Microsoft Azure Cloud की सर्विस है ये. It is at 3rd spot with 561 petaflops. Fugaku of Japan, like Fugaku of Japan once upon a time was the most powerful supercomputer. फिर वो second पे आया. अभी it is on 4th. This has capacity of 441 petaflops, and then Lumi of European Union, located in Finland, has capacity of 379 petaflops. The 5 most powerful supercomputers in the world, 5 most powerful supercomputers, or I should say the supercomputers in the world which are capable of processing things in the fastest manner possible. Which is the fastest one? Frontier of USA. Now, where do we, before we go into where in India are we using supercomputer, or which are the supercomputers located in India and all, where are we using supercomputers? So देखो, what are supercomputers? Supercomputers are computers which can do a lot of processing at one go. So where will we be using it? Where we'll need a lot of processing, a lot of data to be processed. These are the places where we'll need supercomputers. So code breaking is something where supercomputers are used. Weather forecasting, climate research, code breaking, genetic analysis, oil and gas exploration, molecular modeling. These are certain areas which require a lot of data processing. For example, हम जब कोड ब्रेकिंग की बात करते हैं तो करंट encryption system, we will in computer and IT we will study encryption decryption in more detail, but current encryption system is secure because our computers are not capable of solving some problems. जैसे एक problem होता है identifying prime factors of or identifying large prime numbers or identifying prime factors of large numbers. ये एक problem है which we haven't been able to solve. Now we haven't been able to solve. If you want to break code, if you want to break encryption, supercomputer will focus on solving this problem which requires a lot of coding capacity. ऐसी weather forecasting, the model weather forecasting के लिए जो models बनते हैं, it has lots of data, it needs a lot of processing. So here you will need supercomputer. Climate research, climate studies, here you will use supercomputing. For example, one of the fastest supercomputers that India has is Pratyush. It's located at Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. Genes, like for those of you who have already studied biotechnology, you would know that genes store a lot of data, a lot of information. So genetic analysis के लिए भी you will need a mechanism by which you will be you'll need a mechanism which is capable of processing a lot of information. Who will do it? Supercomputer would do it. Molecular modeling. Now see, molecular modeling is basically creating new molecules or modeling how molecules function. अब देखो, in every molecule, let's say there is water, H2O. In water, we have, in hydrogen, we have proton, we have electron. In oxygen, we have protons, electrons, neutrons. They're all interacting with each other. So when you will try to model these molecules, you'll have to consider so many interactions. The number of interactions increase drastically. And to process that, what you need is a lot of processing capacity, that is a supercomputer. So I hope you are understanding what supercomputers are. Computers whose processing capacity is way higher than the processing capacity of general purpose computer. Those are supercomputer. World's fastest supercomputer is Frontier. It is the only supercomputer whose capacity right now is more than 1 exaflops, floating point operation per second. I hope you also understand the meaning of, now you understand the meaning of floating point operation per second also. Okay, now let's come to supercomputing in India. Global situation, global scenario हमें पता है, in the world's top 5 supercomputer, India doesn't have any. India में we started working on supercomputer in 1980s, and by 1991 our first supercomputer Param was ready. If we come to current scenario, our fastest supercomputer is 𝐂𝐸𝐺𝐬 PSAI, which is ranked 75th in the world. So it shows that India's situation isn't that good when it comes to supercomputers. As per the latest ranking which we have, India's supercomputer is ranked 75th. हमने देखा US के ही there were 3 supercomputers which were ranked 1, 2, 3. Fugaku was on 4th. There was this Europe wala supercomputer which was also there in top 5. China has lots of supercomputers in top 200 of the world. In fact, China has the highest number of supercomputers in top 500. But India, when compared to China or USA, we lag behind a lot in supercomputers. We, for now, have this supercomputer which is ranked 75th. Okay, let us know more about 𝐂𝐸𝐺𝐬 PSAI. 𝐂𝐸𝐺𝐬 PSAI basically is a combination of 2 supercomputers. One is AI Research Analytics and Knowledge Dissemination Platform 𝐂𝐸𝐺𝐬, and the other one is Param Siddhi AI or PSAI. Together, they constitute 13 petaflops. You can see this 13.17 petaflops. Remember, अभी हमने देखा था world's fastest supercomputer is in exaflops. World's fastest supercomputer capacity is in exaflops. जो second, third rank पे भी है, उनकी भी capacity was around 500 petaflops. Our supercomputer's capacity is 13.17 petaflops. Its AI petaflop capacity is 410. So in terms of AI capacity, it's AI processing capacity, it's good. But हम जब comparison करते हैं with the global supercomputer, we talk about the general floating point operation per second capacity, which is 13.17, which is much lesser here. Okay, then there are other supercomputers that India has. Jैसे Param Praveg has 3.3 petaflops capacity. Param Siddhi AI has 4.6 petaflop capacity. Pratyush, located at Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology in Pune. Mihir, located at National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, NCM RWF Noida. These are also important supercomputers that we have. But I hope you understand that right now India's fastest supercomputer is not there even in top 50 supercomputers of the world. Fastest is ranked 75th. Now let's talk about National Supercomputing Mission. ये एक मिशन है which was initiated, which was launched in 2015 and is jointly steered by Department of Science and Technology of Ministry of Science and Technology and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Purpose क्या है? Purpose है दो चीजें. One, we will create a supercomputer grid of 70 high performance computing facilities. So in various institutions in India, 70 supercomputers would be set up, which will be connected with each other, forming this supercomputing grid. Second goal here is creating human resource, which can the mission also includes development of highly professional human performance computing aware human resource for meeting challenges of manpower scarcity in the sector. So in दो purpose के साथ we launched National Supercomputing Mission in 2015, and this under this National Supercomputing Mission we have signed a deal with Atos, a French company, which is helping us set up this 70 high performance computer facilities in the country. इनका supercomputer है 𝐂𝐤𝐭 supercomputer. We are getting help from this system to set up high performance computing capacity in India. Okay, this is the current scenario. What is supercomputer? The fastest supercomputer of the world, the fastest supercomputers of India, a scheme, a program for promoting supercomputers in the country, for developing supercomputer grid, and for creating human resource in the country. That is National Supercomputing Mission, started in 2015. Okay, तो एक बार I hope सबको समझ में आ रहा हो. देखो, because there is no one in front of me today, so I'm not able to understand whether you're understanding this or not. एक बार comments में बता दीजिए yes या no लिख के if you're able to understand everything. Let's try to make keep this class a bit more interactive, है ना. मेरे सामने कोई नहीं है तो मुझे कुछ भी पता नहीं चल रहा है क्लास कैसी जा रही है. I'm not used to teaching like this without students in the classroom. Okay, if you're able to understand, do write yes sir, है ना. Also, like do give a thumbs up, give a like if you're liking the class, and subscribe to our channel if you have not subscribed to the channel. This will help me understand that even the online students are able to get everything, understand everything. Okay, Nitesh has a question, sir. Why are we not targeting big? That's simple है. Infrastructure, resources. That's the primary reason. Okay, that's the reason we are not able to target big. चलिए, let's go to quantum computers. Now, quantum computers are something very interesting. थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनेंगे, समझेंगे. Let us, to understand quantum computers, let us first understand how the current computers function. We'll understand how the current computers function and what are the limitations that current computers are facing, and then we'll go to how quantum computers would be functioning and would be solving these limitations. Okay, so let's talk about how do computers function. देखो, कोई भी कंप्यूटर होगा ना, जैसे when I talk about the laptop that I am having, or when I talk about your phones, your laptops that you're using, you must have heard this thing, it's a 32-bit computer, it's a 64-bit computer. So what we actually mean by that is, like when we say it's a 32-bit computer, it's a 64-bit computer, what we actually mean there is कि इस कंप्यूटर में जो इंफॉर्मेशन स्टोर्ड है वो 32 बिट में स्टोर्ड है, जो इंफॉर्मेशन स्टोर्ड है वो 64 बिट में स्टोर्ड है. तो व्हेन वी से इंफॉर्मेशन स्टोर्ड है 32 बिट में, दैट इज इफ यू हैव टू से स्टोर द इंफॉर्मेशन 0, हमें नंबर 0 स्टोर करना है, तो 32 बिट में 0 कैसे स्टोर होगा? लाइक फॉरगेट 32 बिट, लेट्स से 4 बिट और 2 बिट. आवर कंप्यूटर इज ऑफ 2 बिट्स, so we have 2 bits, and if you have to store 0 here, we will store 0 like this. If we have to store 1 here, we will store 1 like this. If we have to store 2 here, we will store 2 like this. If we have to store 3 here, we will store 3 like this. This is how in binary 0, 1, 2, 3 is written. So a 2-bit computer would be able to have these many numbers. Now, suppose we want to do addition वाला काम कि 0 plus 1 कितना होगा. We want to do this. So how will this happen? Let's say this is the gate which we have in our supercomputer. Oh, sorry, not in supercomputer, our normal computer. Even in supercomputer, this would be the gate. In this gate, this information would go. This information would be processed. Like मान लो ये gate +1 करने के लिए है. तो output में you will get 0 and this is what you will get. Suppose this gate is for doing +1, adding 1. Let's say this is our processor. Simplify everything. हमारा जो कंप्यूटर है वो बस +1 वाला काम कर पाता है. हमारा प्रोसेसर यही कर पाता है. In very simple terms. So it will take 0 0. It will process it. It will make it 0 1. Right? This is how a computer functions. Now, Sumant is saying I had access to Param Shakti of IIT KGP and that was super fast. Now I'm thinking how fast Frontier is. हाँ, समझ जाइए. Like Frontier would be just at next level. Okay, come back to this. How does a traditional computer function? Traditional computer में suppose we want to process something, we give it some input. That input passes through these gates and get processed. Simplify कर लेते हैं सब कुछ. Let's say कोई complex processing नहीं है. It's a simple gate which is just adding +1 to the number. Okay. Now, in the traditional computer, suppose you want to process all these 4 numbers. In this supercomputer, in this computer, you have to process all these 4 numbers. So you will be able to do it one by one only. पहले 0 0 जाएगा, its output would come. Then next 0 1 would go, its output would come. Then next 0 1 0 would go, its output would come. Then next 1 1 would go, its output would come. Right? Then over the years we have come up with multiple processors. तो एक बार में multiple processing हो रही है. But even these multiple processors are limited. It will be able to work. It will be able to work. It will be able to work. So let's say 4 things are happening at one time, but only 4 things would happen at one time. So if we have, let's say, 1 billion numbers, scenarios that has to be processed. So 4 at a time, 4 at a time, 4 at a time, 4 at a time, processing would happen. Okay. Now, number of processors working together have increased. हमारे पास अब multiple core computers हैं which can do a lot of processing together, but still there's a limitation on how many numbers can be processed at one go. This is one of the problems of traditional computer system. Though classical computers have bits as fundamental units which can be 0 or 1. These computers take a series of bits. जैसे एक ये bit लेगा and switch some of these bits to give us output. जैसे यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा था? It took a series of bits. It took 0 0 in a 2-bit system and it modified some of it to give you output 0 1. This is how the computers, traditional computer function. Now, here a bit must be processed in an exclusive binary state at any point of time, either 0 or 1. What we are trying to say here is this bit that you have stored, this bit that you have stored, it is 0, or it can be 1, it can be 0, it can be 1, it can be 0, or both can be 1 1. But this bit would be in one state. It will either be 0, it will either be 1. It cannot be both 0 and 1 at one go, at same time. आपके कंप्यूटर में हाउ जीरोस एंड वंस आर स्टोर्ड, आप कैपेसिटर, ट्रांजिस्टर, इन सब के जो वोल्टेज लेवल्स होते हैं इसके बेसिस पे डिसाइड होता है. विल नॉट गो इनटू दोस डिटेल्स, बट एट वन टाइम दे विल आइदर बी हाई वोल्टेज और लो वोल्टेज. हाई वोल्टेज में 1, लो वोल्टेज में 0. दे कैन आइदर बी 0 और 1, एंड दैट इज व्हाई व्हेन प्रोसेसिंग इज हैपनिंग, पहले 0 0 वाला प्रोसेसिंग इज हैपनिंग, फिर 0 1 वाला प्रोसेसिंग इज हैपनिंग, एंड सो ऑन. The millions of transistors and capacitors at the heart of the computer can only be in one state at any point of time, high voltage state or low voltage state. They cannot be at both high voltage state and low voltage state. And how quickly these devices can be made to switch determines the capacity of, or determines the speed of the processing. जैसे 0 0 गया, how quickly the devices would be able to convert it in 0 1. How quickly the devices inside it इसके अंदर जो ट्रांजिस्टर्स हैं, कैपेसिटर्स हैं, दे आर एबल टू चेंज देयर स्टेट्स, would determine how fast your computer is. So with advancement in technology, we have increased our ability to switch this transistors, this capacitors state at a much faster rate. We are not in a position to make it further fast. So what we have started doing is we have started using multiple processors, and that is how in supercomputers this processors are much larger in number. But still these processors and these supercomputers are not able to solve some problems. What are the problems that it is not able to solve? There is a problem of optimization, which our current computers are not able to solve. Simulation of large molecules is something that they are not able to do. Factoring of large numbers is something that they are not able to solve. Even supercomputers are not able to solve these problems. तो फिर से आ जाते हैं, एक बार समझते हैं पूरी चीजें. हम बोल रहे हैं अपना जो ट्रेडिशनल कंप्यूटर होता है, लेट्स से एक ही प्रोसेसर है और वो क्या काम कर रहा है, वो +1 कर रहा है. तो इफ वी हैव टू डू दिस +1 इन एवरी नंबर दैट वी हैव, तो वी विल हैव टू गो 1 by 1. पहले हम अपने रजिस्टर्स को 0 0 पे सेट करके वी विल गिव इट एस इनपुट, इट विल गिव अस एन आउटपुट 0 1, then second, then third, then fourth. Okay, this is what happens in a traditional computer. How fast these capacitors can change their states will determine how fast the processor are. In supercomputer, so we will, one thing that we'll do is we'll increase the capacity of processor to make our computers faster. Second is we'll increase the number of processors. But in spite of doing all these things, in spite of creating much larger computers, much faster computers, in spite of doing all these things, our traditional computers are not able to solve some of these problems. One is the problem of optimization. Now, to understand what is this problem of optimization, for those of you who are from computer science background would be able to understand, there was a problem called traveling salesman problem. Traveling salesman problem kya hai? There is this salesperson who has to visit all these homes. You know the distance between each home, and ऐसे बहुत सारे घर हैं. You know everything. So which path should this salesperson take, which is the most optimum? कि सबसे less travel करके सबसे less travel करके वो सारे houses को cover कर ले. That is optimization problem. There are so many routes available. There is, he can take this route, like there are many routes available for this person, which is the most optimum route. जैसे ही number of nodes increase करते हैं ना, this problem becomes unsolvable by the current computers. This is the problem of optimization, because इतने सारे options आ जाते हैं, इतनी सारी processing required होती है कि current computers are not able to solve it. Similarly, simulation of large molecules which will have lots of atoms. Now each atom has neutrons, protons, electrons. They are interacting with each other. They will interact with all other molecules in the atom. तो इतने सारे interactions हो जाएंगे कि traditional computer will not be able to solve it. ऐसे ही factoring of large number, एक बहुत large number को factor करना in its prime factor. It's a problem that we haven't been able to solve, and it is the basis of encryption. अगर we are able to solve this, अगर we are able to solve this problem, factoring of large numbers, then our current public key cryptography, or the cryptography that we are using in almost everything around us, will be broken. It is unbroken right now because our traditional computers cannot solve this particular problem. Okay, तो traditional computers के कुछ limitations हैं, वो इन problems को solve नहीं कर पा रहा है. And this problem would be resolved by what are called quantum computers. Now, to understand quantum computers, देखो, traditional computers में we had these bits which were storing information, 0 1. ये bits क्या है? These bits are high voltage on capacitor and so on. Low voltage would mean 0, high voltage would mean 1. इस तरह से system है. Okay, this is how 0 and 1 are stored. In quantum computers, we will use what is called QU bits or quantum bits. Now, quantum bits, when we are storing 0, 0, let's say the quantum bits, how will we be storing information? We will be storing information on quantum particles, let's say electrons or photons or anything else, any other quantum particle. So let's say we are storing information on electrons. तो एक इलेक्ट्रॉन पे हमने 0 स्टोर किया है, एक इलेक्ट्रॉन पे हमने 1 स्टोर किया है, ये हमारे क्वांटम बिट्स हैं, QU बिट्स हैं, राइट. लेट्स से डाउन स्पिन इज 1, अप स्पिन इज 0. इलेक्ट्रॉन का ये सिनेरियो है. नाउ दिस इज द इंफॉर्मेशन दैट वी हैव स्टोर्ड. नाउ फॉर दिस इलेक्ट्रॉन टू चेंज इट्स स्पिन, सपोज वी नीड टू गिव इट 1 unit of energy. If we give it 1 unit of energy, it will change from 0 to 1 and from 1 to 0. Now, there is a concept called superposition. What is superposition? If I give it 1 unit of energy, it will become 1, right? But what if I give it only 0.5 unit of energy? So what will this be? Will it be 0 or will it be 1? Will this electron be storing 0 or will this electron be storing 1? Will this electron be storing 0 or will this electron be storing 1? That is the question. So quantum mechanics says that it will be in both the states, in 0 and 1 with some probabilities. This is called superposition. In which state it is? It will be in both the states 0 and 1 at the same time. देखो पुराने classical computer में एक bit could either be 0 or it could either be 1. But here in this computer, in the quantum bit can both be 0 and 1 at the same time. This is called superposition. Are we getting this? तो ये ना क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स में एक हाइजेनबर्ग अनसर्टेनिटी प्रिंसिपल होता है. और चलो अभी हम उन चीजों में नहीं जाते. आई होप आपको ये सुपरपोजिशन का मतलब समझ में आया. तो बेसिकली व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू से इज व्हेन वी हैव दीस टू बिट्स in classical computer, they were representing in classical computer the two bits were representing either 0 0 or 0 1 or 1 0 or 1 1. इनमें से कुछ एक ही represent कर रहा था, and that is why when these two bits were getting processed, the only one number was getting processed. 0 0 was getting processed, then 0 1 was getting processed, then 0 2 was getting processed, then 0 3 was getting processed. When it went through gates, only one number was processed. Next round में second number would get processed, next round में third number would get processed, next round में fourth number would get processed. But when it comes to quantum computer में these two bits, अब देखो ये bit can represent both 0 and 1 with different probabilities. This bit can also represent both 0 and 1 with different probabilities. So it will be representing 0 0. So these two bits will be at the same time be representing 0 0 with some probability, 0 1 with some probability, 1 0 with some probability, and 1 1 with some probability. So same bits could represent all these four numbers at the same time. फिर से समझना, जो classical computers में bits थे, they were storing. Classical computers में जो bits थे, they were storing only one number at a time, and thus one number was getting processed, either 0 0 or 0 1 or 1 0 or 1 1. Whereas in this computer, in quantum computer, the quantum bits can be both 0 and 1 at the same time. So it can be 0 also, it can be 1 also. It can be 0 also, it can be 1 also at the same time. So it is representing 0 0 with some probability, 0 1 with some probability, 1 0 with some probability, and 1 1 with some probability. So basically we are saying that these two bits are both 0 0, 0 1, 1 0, and 1 1. And when this goes to quantum gate, it gets processed by quantum gates. All these four numbers are processed at one go. all these 4 numbers will be processed at one go, and you will have 4 out. You will have one output which will be representing 4 different outputs. Which will be representing 4 different outputs. What the hell is going on? Guys, ग्रुप ये ऑनलाइन चैट में ये सब नहीं करना है, प्लीज अवॉइड इट. Guys, please don't do this, else I'll remove those people who are fighting on the online chat. Please don't do it. पढ़ाई करते हैं ना, सब लोग मिलकर पढ़ाई करते हैं. It's a difficult concept to understand. क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स बहुत कम लोग होंगे सिविल सर्विसेज की प्रिपरेशन में जो आपको एग्जैक्टली समझा पाएंगे कि वाई क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स आर वो are much faster. Everyone will tell you quantum computers are much faster, but I'm trying to give you the reason behind it. Okay, so please do not do this. Please do not have unnecessary discussions on chats. Only educational, only doubts which are pointed towards me. आपस में इंटरैक्ट मत करिए, आपस में लड़ाई मत करिए प्लीज. हाँ, आप ऐसे IAS बनना चाहते हैं, आप सिविल सर्वेंट बनना चाहते हैं. Nikhil is asking, sir, if it is 1 for downspin and 0 for upspin, then if it is in both the states, then it's downspin or upspin. वही तो ना, it can be in any of the stages. It can be in any of the states with different probabilities. Okay, वो क्वांटम फिजिक्स में कैट एक्सपेरिमेंट है ना, इट्स समथिंग सिमिलर टू दैट. अभी अगेन आई विल नॉट गो टू द कैट एक्सपेरिमेंट फॉर हियर. आई refrain from going there, but I hope you understand this. तो यहाँ पे these two bits are able to represent all the 4 numbers together. They are getting processed at one go, and output में 2 quantum bits are again representing all the 4 numbers 0 0 0 1 1 0 1 1 at one go. So all the 4 numbers can get processed at one time. All the 4 numbers can get processed at one time. Are we getting this? Are we understanding this? All the 4 numbers are getting processed at one time. Now, ये 2 bit था. If it was 3 bits, so all the 2 raised to 3 numbers, 8 numbers will get processed at one time. If it was 4 bit, if it was 5 bit, if it was 10 bit, if it was 20 bit, if it was 2 raised to 32 bits, if it was 32 bit, so all the 2 raised to 32 numbers will get processed at one time. If it's 100 bits, all the 2 raised to 100 possibilities can get processed at one go. And that is why quantum computers are so fast. That is why quantum computers are so fast. Are we getting it? So, Manas Parvez is saying, sir, please summarize last 5 minutes in simple points. It's a bit complex. Okay, I'll re-summarize it. Okay. So, sir, last minute conclude difference between super and quantum computers. I understand, but I need brief clarity. Okay, I'll explain the difference between supercomputer and quantum computer, and I'll summarize the last 5 minutes again. देखो, सुपर कंप्यूटर तो क्या है? सुपर कंप्यूटर देखो, सुपर मेगा का एक डाउट है, सुपर कंप्यूटर और क्वांटम कंप्यूटर के बीच में डिफरेंस बताओ. सुपर कंप्यूटर इज, जैसे मेरा कंप्यूटर है एक, इसकी ही प्रोसेसिंग कैपेसिटी बहुत बढ़ा दो, लाइक इसके अंदर प्रोसेसर है और भी बहुत सारे प्रोसेसर्स ऐड कर दो, लार्ज प्रोसेसिंग पावर हो जाएगी, फिर दैट्स अ सुपर कंप्यूटर. सुपर कंप्यूटर इज यूजिंग आवर क्लासिकल इक्विपमेंट्स लाइक सेमीकंडक्टर्स, लाइक ट्रांजिस्टर्स, लाइक the other semiconductor gates we have created. That is super computer. Whereas quantum computers में ये जो मैकेनिज्म अपना कंप्यूटर यूज कर रहा है वो नहीं यूज होगा. सुपर कंप्यूटर विल यूज द सेम मैकेनिज्म, सेम काइंड ऑफ प्रोसेसर, सेम काइंड ऑफ components, but they'll have large number of components, and therefore supercomputers would be much faster. Whereas in case of quantum computers, हम बोल रहे हैं पूरा सिस्टम ही बदल जाएगा. Quantum computer would not be looking like this laptop. Quantum computer would not have these semiconductors. Quantum computer will not have these transistors. Quantum computer will not have these kind of gates. Quantum computer will be using quantum bits. तो again, एक ट्रेडिशनल कंप्यूटर में, चाहे इस कंप्यूटर में चाहे सुपर कंप्यूटर में, when we have to process these 3 bits, a number which is represented by 3 bits, so we can either process 0 0 0 or we can process 0 0 1 or we can process 0 1 0. ऐसे हमें अलग अलग प्रोसेस करना पड़ेगा. Whereas in a quantum computer, what would happen in a quantum computer? These 3 bits, this bit is representing both 1 and 0, both 1 and 0, both 1 and 0 with different probabilities, and thus it is able to represent all the possible scenarios. And when this string goes into our processor, quantum processor here, not the traditional processor, it will give an output which has processed all the possibilities here in the output. Which has processed all the possibilities here in the output. Are we getting it? So that is how quantum computers are much faster. If it's a n-bit system, so all the 2 raised to n possibilities will get processed at one go. Okay, play some video on quantum computing. देखो लाइव क्लासेस में आई वोंट बी एबल टू प्ले बिकॉज ना कोई वीडियो यूट्यूब पे प्ले होता है तो उस पर वो सब आ जाता है, व्हाट डू यू कॉल, कॉपीराइट एंड वो सारे इश्यूज आ जाते हैं, तो आवर वीडियो विल बी स्ट्राइक्ड एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई डू नॉट प्ले एनी अदर वीडियो, एनी अदर यूट्यूब वीडियो इन द लाइव क्लास. बट आई होप ब्रॉडली आपको चीजें समझ में आई होंगी. तो क्वांटम बिट्स में 0 and 1, each bit can represent 0 and 1 with different probabilities. So together, n bits together can represent all the 2 raised to n numbers, and all these 2 raised to n numbers can get processed at one go, and that's why it's much faster. तो अगर हम 32-bit कंप्यूटर लेते हैं, 32-bit कंप्यूटर में there are 32 bits at one go. तो इसमें हमें अगर 0 रिप्रेजेंट करना है तो this is 0, and it will go and get processed in traditional computer one by one, one by one, one by one. Whereas in quantum computer, 1 bit can represent both 0 and 1, 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 0 and 1. So it is representing all the possible numbers at one go. And when it gets processed, when it goes into the gate, all the numbers are getting processed at one go. Output will be representing all the possible output, and that's why it is much faster. That's why it is much faster. सुपर कंप्यूटर में क्या होता, हम नंबर ऑफ प्रोसेसर्स बढ़ा देते ट्रेडिशनल वाले, उस वजह से वो फास्ट हुआ है. बट क्वांटम कंप्यूटर इस वजह से फास्ट नहीं हुआ बिकॉज वी हैव इंक्रीज द नंबर ऑफ प्रोसेसर्स. क्वांटम कंप्यूटर इज फास्टर बिकॉज द इनपुट दैट वी आर प्रोसेसिंग is capable of representing all the possible scenarios. That is why quantum computer is much faster. The concept of superposition which is used in quantum mechanics makes it a very fast computer. Okay, तो अगर समझ में आया, अगेन प्लीज कमेंट में आप यस लिख दीजिए अगर आपको समझ में आया है. एंड अभी भी देर आर लाइक 140 स्टूडेंट्स वॉचिंग एंड देर इज ओनली 106 लाइक्स. मतलब कुछ लोगों को भी समझ में नहीं आया. प्लीज वीडियो को भी लाइक कर दीजिए अगर आपको समझ में आ रहा है तो. ओके, नाउ लेट्स गो टू. तो आई होप क्वांटम ये आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट डाउट अभी नहीं देते. मुझे क्वांटम कंप्यूटर का बताइए, क्वांटम कंप्यूटर सबको समझ में आ गया कि नहीं? सबको समझ में आ रहा है? ठीक है, परफेक्ट परफेक्ट. लेट्स नाउ गो टू समथिंग कॉल्ड क्वांटम सुप्रीमेसी. व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ टर्म क्वांटम सुप्रीमेसी? कुछ लोगों को 50-50 समझ में आया, कोई बात नहीं. आप इस वीडियो को ना एक बार दोबारा देखिएगा, फिर भी समझ में नहीं आता है तो आई विल री एक्सप्लेन दिस इन द फ्यूचर क्लासेस. ओके, अमन को समझ में नहीं आया. अमन तुम इतनी बकैती कर रहे थे यहाँ पे, तो समझ में आएगा कैसे? थोड़ा ध्यान से दोबारा वीडियो देखो. ओके, लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज क्वांटम सुप्रीमेसी. देखो, क्वांटम कंप्यूटर एक थ्योरेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट था, मतलब वी had not solved any problem which was unsolvable and showed that देखो quantum computer is able to solve this problem which was not solvable by a traditional computer. Are we getting it? अब quantum supremacy क्या है? Quantum supremacy is when a quantum computer is able to solve a problem which traditional computer was not able to solve. When a quantum computer is able to solve a problem which traditional computer was not able to solve, at that time we say that now quantum supremacy has been established. Now quantum computers have shown that they are way supreme than the traditional computer. So in 2019, Google developed a 53 quantum bit processor called 𝐂𝐭 and it said that it has solved a problem which traditional computer would have taken 10,000 years. It has solved that problem in 200 seconds, and thus it has achieved what is called quantum supremacy. So it has developed a quantum computer which has solved a problem which traditional computer would have taken 10,000 years to solve. Traditional computers, including supercomputers, would have taken much longer time to solve because उसमें इतनी processing की requirement थी. But they have solved it using their 53-bit QU-bit processor 𝐂𝐭 in 200 seconds, and thus they have achieved what is called quantum supremacy. I hope you understand what quantum supremacy is. Okay, then your question would be, sir, agar quantum computers are so fast and they can solve so many problems, then why are we not making quantum computers? Point is, why are we not making quantum computers? Why is everyone not just manufacturing quantum computers? Because manufacturing quantum computers are very difficult. It's not a cakewalk. There are many problems, many challenges which hamper quantum computers. For example, एक challenge होता है interference का. Now, what is this challenge of interference? देखो, in quantum computers, how do you store information? You store information on electron or you store information on photons. Now, those electrons and those photons may get impacted by energy in environment. तो आपने एक कंप्यूटर बनाया, क्वांटम कंप्यूटर, उसमें इलेक्ट्रॉन्स पे इंफॉर्मेशन स्टोर्ड है. अब this electron may interact with the environment, energy in the environment or energy in the circuit of quantum computer and may get changed. This interference thus adds to noise or thus adds to errors. So error add hoga. Correcting this error is an issue. Correcting this error is a major challenge. Then there is another issue, that is हम पढ़ेंगे what is called Heisenberg uncertainty principle. In future we'll study in physics, we'll study a term called Heisenberg uncertainty principle. What Heisenberg uncertainty principle says is this: कोई भी अगर quantum particle है, you cannot, जैसे let's say एक फोटोन है, एक फोटोन का स्पीड एंड लोकेशन you will not be able to determine both of these things at the same time. जब आप उसका स्पीड डिटरमाइन कर रहे होगे तो उसका लोकेशन बदल जाएगा. इफ यू आर डिटरमाइनिंग इट्स लोकेशन, उसका स्पीड बदल जाएगा. तो हाइजेनबर्ग अनसर्टेनिटी प्रिंसिपल सेज दैट यू वुड नहीं बी एबल टू डिटरमाइन बोथ द थिंग्स एट द सेम टाइम. दिस इज हाइजेनबर्ग अनसर्टेनिटी प्रिंसिपल. यही प्रॉब्लम आता है क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स में भी. क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स में यू गॉट द आउटपुट. नाउ व्हेन यू आर ऑब्जर्विंग द आउटपुट, some property would change, some error would be induced. So output observance is another major problem which is there in quantum computers, and scientists all over the world are working on different mechanisms to ensure to find how output should be observed without adding a lot of errors in the output. Okay, so these are the three major issues: interference because of some outside electromagnetic wave affecting the quantum bit; error correction, like once error has been introduced, how do you correct the error? And finally, output observance, because when you try to read the output gets changed. This is what? This is Heisenberg. This is because of Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I I hope you get the challenge of developing quantum computers. But in last 20 years, a lot of development has taken place. Several quantum computers have been created. जैसे अभी Google का Sycamore quantum computer, which is 53 qubit quantum computer. Google says that it will have a working, fully functional quantum computer by 2029. IBM plans to have a 1000 qubit quantum computer. For now, IBM allows the use of its machine by those research organizations, institutions, etc., which are part of its quantum network. So IBM has some sort of quantum computer, and it allows its use by partners who are by organizations which are partners of its which are members of its quantum network. And IBM says that it will soon have a 1000 qubit quantum computer. ऐसे Microsoft का भी Microsoft also offers access to quantum technologies with its Azure quantum platform. So ऐसे all these big companies are working towards quantum computers, and they're also countering each other. For example, sometimes when Google said कि हमने quantum supremacy achieve कर लिया, there were some other experts who said that no, they haven't actually achieved quantum supremacy. Those kind of things are going on. But once quantum computers are developed, fully functional, are commercially available, a lot of problems would be solved and a lot of new problems would be emerged. तो जैसे अभी जो मिलिट्री एनक्रिप्शन यूज करती है, दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन पब्लिक की क्रिप्टोग्राफी. That encryption is possible because there are some problems which cannot be solved by the current computer. Quantum computer would be able to solve those problems, so it will have military application. Then जो अभी the current encryption system that we are using, it will become useless. It will not be useful when quantum computers would be available, because quantum computers would be able to break this system. So quantum computers or quantum mechanics will also provide you an advanced cryptography mechanism, which will be safer than the current mechanism. That will advanced cryptography would be possible. Then all those problems जहाँ पे आपको बहुत सारे processing की requirement है. We spoke about climate modeling, we spoke about molecule modeling, we spoke about optimization. All these things would be solvable, would be doable once quantum computers are available. Okay, then let's come to India and quantum computers. Let's understand the concept of let's understand what is India doing to promote quantum computers. तो देखो, इंडिया के पास अभी तक कोई क्वांटम कंप्यूटर है नहीं है. अभी in April 2023, cabinet has approved national quantum mission with a budget of 6,000 crore rupees, and it is focused on development of quantum computer and creating human resource for the development of quantum computer. एक national mission on quantum technologies and application was announced in 2020-21 with a allocation of 8,000 crore rupees, but now I think it has been replaced by this national quantum mission with a budget of 6,000 crore rupees. So let's understand this national quantum computing mission, which was announced in April 2023. What is this national quantum computing mission? Okay, Mahesh has asked, sir, what is entanglement? अभी हम आते हैं entanglement ना, as a separate topic हम पढ़ेंगे, and then I'll re-come to quantum computing to explain the purpose of entanglement. So in hierarchy of computers, in hierarchy, quantum computers are better than supercomputers. Yes, even supercomputers are for us like traditional computers. देखो, supercomputer क्या है? मेरा एक कंप्यूटर एक सिंपल कंप्यूटर है, इसी की प्रोसेसिंग पावर बहुत बढ़ा दो, इट बिकम्स अ सुपर कंप्यूटर. ओके, बट कितना भी बढ़ा के सुपर कंप्यूटर्स आर नॉट एबल टू सॉल्व those problems which have a lot of processing requirement, like optimization problem, factoring of large numbers wala problem. Who is able to do that? Who will be able to do that? Quantum computers would be able to do that. Okay, Diksha is saying yes, sir. Sir, does an atom have a color? ये क्यों पूछ रहे हो अभी यार? मतलब how is it relevant here? आप मेरा टेस्ट लेना चाह रहे हो क्या? वर्मा राजशेखर. Let's focus on what we are studying, है ना? देखो, to answer this, if an atom has color, we'll have to understand how are colors visible to us. ये मैंने क्लास में इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स समझाते टाइम आपको समझाया था कि कलर्स कैसे विजिबल होता है ना, जो वो रिफ्लेक्ट करके आपके पास पहुंच पाएगा. तो you'll have to first understand that. I think आप हमारे स्टूडेंट नहीं हैं, इसलिए आप इस तरह के सवाल अभी पूछ रहे हैं. चलिए, लेट्स कम बैक टू दिस नेशनल. तो नेशनल क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग मिशन 6,000 करोड़ रुपीस का बजट के साथ गवर्नमेंट अनाउंस नेशनल क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग मिशन विच विल बी वर्किंग ओवर द 9-year पीरियड. फोकस क्या होगा? स्ट्रेंथनिंग इंडियाज रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट इन क्वांटम एरेना अलोंगसाइड इंडिजिनियसली बिल्डिंग क्वांटम बेस्ड कंप्यूटर्स. सर तो सुपर कंप्यूटर से भी ज़्यादा R&D गवर्नमेंट को क्वांटम कंप्यूटर पे करनी चाहिए। हाँ हाँ, सुपर कंप्यूटर से भी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट क्वांटम कंप्यूटर, बिकॉज यानी कल चाइना अगर कोई क्वांटम कंप्यूटर फुली फंक्शनल बना लेगा ना, all our encryption, all our secret online conversation would be breakable. So quantum computers are way important. Then that is why you see, itne like government has allocated 6,000 crore rupees over the next 9-year period for this purpose. कि हमें quantum based computers बनाने हैं, उसके लिए उससे associated research and development promote करना है. So it entails development of. So what are we planning to do under this? One thing that we are saying is in first 3 years हम quantum communication setup करेंगे, communication using quantum cryptography, because quantum cryptography will not be breakable by the quantum computers. Quantum cryptography is something that we'll establish for long distance communication. Overall, there are 4 broad themes that we need to work upon. One is quantum computing. In long term, we want to develop our own quantum computer. Quantum communication establish karna, quantum sensing and meteorology, and quantum material and devices. These are the 4 broad areas on which these missions are functioning upon. So Department of Science and Technology will be leading the mission, and it will be supported by other departments. The mission puts India among top 6 leading nations involved in R&D in quantum technologies. ये हम बोल रहे हैं in terms of allocation of budget, but in reality there may be other countries which may be doing better. तो अभी ये 6 countries हैं, जैसे US, China, Canada, France, Finland and Australia, which are putting in a lot of budget for quantum computers, but there may be several other countries like Israel, etc., which may be secretly putting in a lot of research efforts for the development of quantum computers. Sir, is there any problem with quantum computer? I've already spoken about the problems, no? That is why we haven't been able to develop, like all over the world, research and development is going on. Interference wala problem resolve nahi ho raha hai. How will you observe the output? That remains a challenge. Some mechanisms, some algorithms have been developed to solve that, but that still remains a challenge. Noise removal remains a challenge. Those are major issues, and once quantum computers are available, then all the traditional cryptography would go away. That's a challenge. Okay, let's now understand the meaning of quantum entanglement. In 2022, Nobel Prize in Physics was given in the field of quantum entanglement. Let's understand what quantum entanglement is. To understand quantum entanglement, एक basic fundamental concepts समझो quantum mechanics. It's one of the fundamental concepts of quantum mechanics, which says that if there are 2 quantum particles, एक ये quantum particle है, एक ये quantum particle है, once they have interacted with each other, that is, they have got entangled with each other, they will remain entangled forever. Entangled forever matlab, it would not mean that they will remain together forever, but even if you separate them, even if you take them to different planets, different galaxies, once they have interacted with each other, they can understand each other's states and change accordingly. If you will bring some change in this quantum particle, that change would also be visible in this quantum particle, even if this quantum particle is far away. Now, this goes against the when this principle of quantum entanglement was given in the field of quantum physics, a lot of people were disagreeing with it. They said that theories of quantum physics are incomplete. So let me again explain you what quantum entanglement is. This is one quantum particle, this is another quantum particle. Once they have interacted, they become entangled, and even if you separate them, ये let's say अर्थ पे रह गया है और ये किसी दूसरे गैलेक्सी में चला गया है, some other galaxy, which is several light years away, if you will bring some change in this particle, that change will also occur in that particle instantaneously. Now several light years away, तो यहाँ से यहाँ लाइट पहुंचने में भी कई साल लग जाएंगे. Then how is this information reaching this particle? If some change is taking place in this particle, that change is instantly also taking place in this particle. It is because they are entangled. Okay, abhi how is this entanglement happening? इसे भूल जाते हैं। सबसे पहले लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड, आर वी अंडरस्टैंडिंग व्हाट इज मेंट बाय एंटेंगलमेंट? वंस दे हैव गॉट एंटेंगल्ड, they will remain entangled even if you separate them by large distances. And any change in here will lead to an instantaneous change here. Any change here will lead to an instantaneous change here, no matter how far they are. This is the principle of quantum entanglement. This is quantum entanglement. और 3 साइंटिस्ट जिनको नोबेल प्राइज मिला था, दे गॉट नोबेल प्राइज बिकॉज दे वर एबल टू 1 प्रूव कि क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट हो सकता है, 2 दे वर एबल टू शो दे वर एबल टू यूज क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट फॉर सर्टेन एप्लीकेशंस। ओके, तो अभी हम उन साइंटिस्ट के कंट्रीब्यूशन पे आते हैं, बट डू वी अंडरस्टैंड द मीनिंग ऑफ क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट? वंस 2 क्वांटम पार्टिकल्स इंटरैक्ट, दे बिकम एंटेंगल्ड, दे विल रिमेन एंटेंगल्ड फॉरएवर, even no matter how far you make them go away. Two electrons came in touch with each other. 2 electrons got entangled, 2 electrons interacted with each other. They remain entangled forever, no matter, अब उन्हें कितनी भी दूर कर दो, they will remain entangled. तो इससे ना something like teleportation of information can take place. Suppose it's on some other planet, it's here. You want to send some information to that planet. So some entangled particles are there, you make changes in particles here and the same changes will occur in particles here. तो क्या वो information instantly दूसरी जगह पहुंच गई? This is teleportation. And quantum mechanics says that this is possible. These scientists who have got Nobel Prize have shown that this is possible. Teleportation of information is possible because they remain entangled. So if you bring one change here, the same change occurs in the particle there. So if you want to send some information from this planet to another planet, rather than sending electromagnetic wave or anything, you can directly send signals. This is quantum entanglement. तो quantum entanglement कैसे होता है उन सब में आएंगे, but quantum entanglement क्या है? Did we all understand? Please एक बार कमेंट में मैसेज करके बता दीजिए कि you have understood it. Now 2022 Nobel Prize. Let's understand what the 2022 Nobel Prize was about. So it has gone to 3 scientists, Alain Aspect, John F. Clauser and Anton Zeilinger, who conclusively established that entanglement phenomena observed in quantum particles was real. They were able to show कि देखो पहले क्वांटम फिजिक्स ने थ्योरेटिकली समझाया कि क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट है, बट दे वर एबल टू शो कि यस दिस फिनोमेना is real through experiments. So to understand their contribution, let us understand the beginning of, let us go to the beginning of 20th century when there was development in quantum mechanics taking place. Okay, acha, he's from Austria. Sumanta is saying कि Anton Zeilinger is from Austria, not from Australia. हाँ हो सकते हैं, मैंने मिसटाइप कर दिया होगा, because that was not important for me. That was not important in the sense कि कौन किस देश से, वो इतना बड़ा फैक्टर नहीं है, हमें साइंस समझना है उसका. तो आई मे बी रॉन्ग हेयर, इसे करेक्ट कर लीजिएगा. दिस पर्सन इज फ्रॉम ऑस्ट्रिया एज पर सुमंत, है ना. एक बार फिर आप लोग भी वेरीफाई कर लीजिएगा. ओके, नाउ हाँ, तो टू अंडरस्टैंड द कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ दिस साइंटिस्ट, लेट्स गो टू द बिगिनिंग ऑफ 20th सेंचुरी. शुरू में जब क्वांटम फिजिक्स में डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं, क्वांटम थ्योरीज डेवलप हो रही हैं, तो एट दैट टाइम they gave the concept of superposition and entanglement. Superposition we have understood. A particle can be in both the states. A particle can be in both the states. Upspin, downspin with different probabilities. Are we getting it? That was superposition. Entanglement, once they have interacted, they will remain entangled forever. This is entanglement. तो ये theories तो दे दी गई थी, but there was no mechanism of proving कि हाँ entanglement सच में होगा. But with time, what was happening? Various things which quantum mechanics had said were proven to be correct. But साइंटिस्ट लाइक अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन डिसएग्रीड विद इट. अब देखो, आइंस्टाइन जैसा बड़ा साइंटिस्ट अगर किसी चीज से डिसएग्री कर रहा है तो उस पर क्वेश्चन किया जाएगा. ही सेड दैट entanglement is not possible, there must be some other force, some other things in play here. Why? Because as per Einstein's special theory of relativity, nothing can travel with a speed more than the speed of light. और यहाँ पे when you are making some change here, the same change is happening in the other thing which is located far away, other particle which is located far away, instantaneously. वो किसी दूसरे गैलेक्सी पे भी है कि दूसरे गैलेक्सी पे लाइट वुड हैव टेकन सेवरल लाइट ईयर्स टू रीच, वहां पे भी द चेंज इज हैपनिंग इंस्टेंटली, राइट? तो दिस चेंज इज गेटिंग ट्रांसमिटेड एट अ स्पीड मोर देन द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट. तो आइंस्टाइन जो बोलते हैं कि नथिंग कैन ट्रैवल विद द स्पीड ऑफ विद स्पीड मोर देन द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट वुड हैव बीन इनवैलिडेटेड. तो आइंस्टाइन सेड दैट ये पॉसिबल नहीं है. आइंस्टाइन सेड that something is missing in quantum physics. Quantum physics is not able to explain quantum entanglement. There must be something else which is making them interact like this. So Albert Einstein was very uncomfortable, but and Einstein proposed that something was missing and the quantum theory was incomplete. However, experiments were discovering that almost every prediction which quantum theory was making was correct. But at that time, even at that time, we did not have mechanism to prove that quantum entanglement is possible, quantum entanglement is feasible. But then in 1964, a scientist, John Bell, he showed how phenomena of entanglement could be established by experiment. He developed what is called Bell's inequality. He said that अगर in an experiment Bell's inequality is respected, is validated, is maintained, it would mean that Einstein was right. But if Bell's inequality is violated, it would mean that Einstein is wrong. फिर से समझो. In 1964, John Bell created Bell's inequality, and he said that if Bell's inequality is maintained in an experiment, it would mean Einstein is right and there is some other force which is making this entanglement happen, which quantum mechanics is not able to explain. And if Bell's inequality is invalidated, it would mean that entanglement is happening without any other force and entanglement is possible. So what did these scientists do? First one, John 𝐂𝐭, he set up Bell's experiment and showed that Bell's inequality was getting violated. Bell's inequality is getting violated means quantum entanglement possible hai, Einstein is wrong. But several questions were raised on John 𝐂𝐭's experiment. There were some loopholes in his experiment. So the second person, Alain Aspect, he improved on all the problems, all the loopholes of the 𝐂𝐭's experiment, and he was again able to show that Bell's inequality was invalidated, leading to what? Leading to showing that entanglement is correct. Then came Anton Zeilinger. He started using entanglement to open up new technological possibilities. He demonstrated that it was possible to teleport the quantum state of particles. That is, आप entanglement करा दो, उसके बाद keep these two particles at distance, and if you make some changes in the quantum state of this particle, the same change occurs in the quantum state of another particle, and thus teleportation was possible. He was able to show this. Anton Zeilinger was able to show this. So through these experiments, जो पहले 𝐂𝐭 ने, एस्पेक्ट ने, and eventually Zeilinger ने किए, they were decisively able to demonstrate that entanglement was real and in accordance with the quantum theory, and it was not being driven by any hidden force as suggested by Albert Einstein. Now, one question that all of you would have is, sir, what is this Bell inequality which is getting violated? अब उसमें भी ना हम जा सकते हैं, but it would make the class very lengthy, so we'll not go into that. I'll just re-summarize the whole thing about quantum entanglement. Quantum physics, quantum mechanics आपको quantum entanglement phenomena के बारे में बताता है. It says that once two quantum particles have got entangled, their quantum properties will remain in sync even if you separate them. If you'll make changes in the quantum state of this particle, the same change would occur in the quantum state of another particle. This is quantum entanglement. But scientists like Albert Einstein were very uncomfortable with this. They said, "Yaar, nothing can travel with a speed more than the speed of light. Then how is this state-made transition is happening instantaneously? There must be some other force which is in play here. There must be some other force which is in play here, and quantum mechanics is incomplete or is quantum mechanics is incomplete or if it's wrong." But in future, with time, we saw that almost everything that quantum mechanics predicted was turning out to be correct. Later, in 1964, John Bell made this Bell's inequality. Bell's inequality was something which was, it was said that अगर Bell's inequality is validated, मतलब वो Bell's inequality अगर सही निकलती है, then what Einstein is saying is right, and there must be some hidden force which is making entanglement happen. But if Bell's inequality is invalidated, it means Einstein is wrong and there is no hidden force which is making this entanglement possible. So, the first scientist showed that Bell's inequality is invalidated. Second scientist improved upon the experiment of first scientist to remove all the loopholes and showed that yes, Bell's inequality is invalidated. It means quantum entanglement is happening without any hidden force. And the third scientist, Anton Zeilinger, he was able to use entanglement to show that teleportation of quantum state is possible. To show teleportation of quantum state is possible. I hope आपको थोड़ा समझ में आ रहा है ये चीज. What were the contribution of three scientists? Then how is entanglement happening? What is the mechanism by which entanglement happening? So till now there is no theoretical explanation of the phenomena. How is this entanglement possible? No one has been able to clearly explain. But yes, we have definitely proved that entanglement happens. How it is happening? A theoretical explanation for that is not there. Okay. Bell's inequality अभी explain नहीं कर पाएंगे मेघा. I'm really sorry. Sir, kindly suggest any video to know more about these experiments just for curiosity. अब जाके ना जो नोबेल प्राइज को एक्सप्लेन करने वाली वीडियोस है ना, वही देखोगे तो you'll be able to understand it better. What is meant by quantum state? देखो जैसे हम इलेक्ट्रॉन में बोल रहे थे ना, अप स्पिन डाउन स्पिन, इट इज द प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ क्वांटम पार्टिकल. तो वो अगर आप यहाँ चेंज कर रहे हो तो दूसरा इलेक्ट्रॉन जो उससे एंटेंगल था उसमें भी वो चेंजेस होंगे. तो दैट क्वांटम स्टेट, दैट इज क्वांटम स्टेट दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. मनु पांडे जी, आई होप यू आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से. हाँ, यूपीएससी विल नॉट आस्क अबाउट बेल्स इनइक्वालिटी. वो तो मैं पूरे प्रोसेस को समझाने के लिए कि व्हाट वर द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ डिफरेंट साइंटिस्ट, मैंने बेल्स इनइक्वालिटी बताया. यूपीएससी पूछेगा तो क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट के बारे में पूछेगा, ज्यादा से ज्यादा और कुछ पूछ सकता है तो इन तीनों साइंटिस्ट के बारे में पूछ सकता है, नथिंग बियॉन्ड दैट. एंड नोट केयरफुली, अभी तक देयर इज नो थ्योरेटिकल एक्सप्लेनेशन फॉर दिस क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट फिनोमेना. तो समझ में आ रहा है? देखो, दीज आर सम ऑफ द मोस्ट फैंटास्टिक कॉन्सेप्ट. मतलब ये इमेजिन भी कर पाना कि टू इलेक्ट्रॉन्स हैव गॉट एंटेंगल्ड एंड यू सेपरेट देम. आप एक को मार्स पे ले जाओ, मार्स पे क्या, किसी दूसरे यूनिवर्स में, किसी दूसरे प्लैनेट में ले जाओ, एंड एक को यहां पे चेंज करो, एंड द सेम चेंज वुड अकर इन दैट पार्टिकल. दिस इज ह्यूज. लाइक दिस कैन लीड टू बिगर, like in future communication, teleportation, all those things are possible. सर व्हाट इज मेंट बाय, देखो क्वांटम जंप ना थोड़ा सा, अभी हम जब क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स पढ़ेंगे विल अंडरस्टैंड दिस थिंग. कई बार ना क्वांटम पार्टिकल्स डिफरेंट एनर्जी लेवल पे होते हैं, तो उसके जंप को भी बोल सकते हैं. देयर आर सेवरल अदर थिंग्स दैट इट वुड मीन. तो उसका थोड़ा कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझना पड़ेगा, कहाँ पे ये टर्म क्वांटम जंप यूज हुआ है. ओके, लेट्स कम टू द अनदर टॉपिक कॉल्ड क्वांटम गेट्स, डिवाइसेस दैट ट्रांसलेट क्वांटम इफेक्ट टू कंप्यूटिंग ऑसमनेस. देखो, नॉर्मली these are the gates that you may have studied in normal computing. जैसे आपने बचपन में एंड गेट, और गेट, नॉट गेट, नैंड गेट, नॉर गेट, ये सब पढ़ा होगा. एंड गेट में व्हेन यू आर गिविंग इनपुट एज 0 0, output will be 0. When you are giving input as 0 1, output would be 0. When you are getting input as 1 0, output would be 0. When you are giving input as 1 1, output would be 1. Like this kind of gates you must have studied in your school days. Sir, it can be true for men teleporting to other places. नहीं यार, men teleport नहीं हो पाएंगे, information teleport हो पाएगी. Human being कैसे teleport होगा? Quantum state teleport हो रहा है ना? By quantum entanglement, information would be teleported, not men. नीलम बोल रही है फर्स्ट टाइम सुनने को मिला. हाँ, कोई बात नहीं बेटा, साइंस में बहुत सारे डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं, मैं सारे पढ़ने. लेट्स कम बैक टू दिस थिंग, गेट्स. आप तो गेट्स समझने के लिए ऐसे समझो, आपको कंप्यूटर प्रोसेसर समझना हो, कंप्यूटर प्रोसेसर कैसे काम करता है, तो उसमें ट्रांजिस्टर्स वगैरह होते हैं, वो इनपुट को मॉडिफाई करते हैं. तो यहाँ पे भी ना हम इनपुट को मॉडिफाई कर रहे हैं. हमें हाई वोल्टेज के 2 इनपुट जा रहे हैं, तो 1 1 जा रहा है, तो आउटपुट में हमें 1 मिलेगा. बाकी इन एवरी केस विल गेट आउटपुट ऑफ 0. ओके, तो दिस इज अ गेट. दिस इज कॉल्ड एंड गेट. इट इज मेड अप ऑफ ट्रांजिस्टर्स एक्सेट्रा. इट इज मेड अप ऑफ सेमीकंडक्टर डिवाइसेस. तो कंप्यूटर्स के अंदर, आपके जो ट्रेडिशनल कंप्यूटर्स हैं, इस तरह के गेट्स होते हैं विच मॉडिफाइज योर इनपुट. आप इनपुट को मॉडिफाई करके आउटपुट मिलेगा ना, which modifies your input. There is AND gate, there is OR gate, there is NOT gate, there is NAND gate, there is NOR gate. This kind of gates are there in your computer system. But quantum computer में तो इस तरह के गेट नहीं होंगे. तो quantum computer में क्या गेट होगा? अब इलेक्ट्रॉन है, इलेक्ट्रॉन का अप स्पिन को आपको डाउन स्पिन करना है. हाउ विल यू मेक दैट हैपन? बाय गिविंग इट सम एनर्जी. तो देयर the role of gate will not be placed by these semiconductor devices. The role of gate would be placed by played by other things. So what is quantum gate? Quantum gate is a physical process or circuit that changes the state of q bit or a collection of q bit. जैसे gates were what? Gates were when some input was given, it changes its characteristic and give you an output. That was a traditional gate, AND gate, OR gate, etc. क्वांटम गेट क्या होगा? क्वांटम गेट इज एनी फिजिकल प्रोसेस और सर्किट दैट चेंजेस द स्टेट ऑफ अ क्वांटम बिट. हमने क्वांटम बिट इनपुट में दिया है. दिस क्वांटम बिट इज रिप्रेजेंटिंग मेनी डिफरेंट नंबर्स. नाउ उसको प्रोसेस करने के लिए यू विल पास इट थ्रू क्वांटम गेट्स. ओके, in quantum computers, quantum gates act on QU bit to process information. For example, a quantum NOT gate would change state of QU bit from 0 to 1. तो आपने input दिया 0 0 and if it is passing through NOT gate, it will become 1 1. Right? आपने input दिया 1 1, it will become 0. तो this will be quantum NOT gate. तो एक example है gate का. It can be electromagnetic pulse which can change the state of quantum bit, and it can be a gate. So quantum gate will be any device, any equipment which will change the state of quantum bits. I hope you understand. I hope you get it. This is quantum gate. तो इसको हम उसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में समझा रहे हैं. जैसे we have gates in the traditional computers, ऐसे ही we have gates in quantum mechanics. Now let's come to QSIM, quantum simulator. ये 2021 का न्यूज है, इसलिए आई एम नॉट डिस्कसिंग इट इन डिटेल्स इन क्लास, बट एज आई हैव एक्सप्लेन्ड दिस टू यू इन द पास्ट, दीज आर आल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट. क्वांटम सिमुलेटर. व्हाट इज दिस? देखो, इंडिया डज नॉट हैव क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स राइट नाउ. व्हेन इंडिया डज नॉट हैव क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स, हाउ विल वी ट्रेन आवर ह्यूमन रिसोर्स टू वर्क ऑन क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स, टू राइट code for quantum computers, to program for quantum computers? We cannot do that unless we have a quantum computer. तो अभी तो quantum computer इंडिया में बनने में, या India will buy it from somewhere else, it's going to take some time. Then how do we train our human resource? उसके लिए we have developed what? A quantum simulator. So quantum simulator in background is just a supercomputer. But it can take inputs in the same way a quantum computer will take input. It can give you output in the same way a quantum computer will give you output. So what would happen is you can train your human resource on it so that when real quantum computer would come, you will have people who can program those quantum computers, who can interact with those quantum computers, who can work on those quantum computers. This is quantum simulator. Did we understand quantum simulator? Comments में please बताइए if you have understood what quantum simulator is, what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to talk about when I'm talking about quantum simulator. Please let me know. Okay, perfect. So QSIM was something that was announced by India. Now let's go to cloud computing. The next topic on cloud computing. Quantum simulator समझ में आ गया. So with this we are done with quantum computing. We'll talk about quantum things more when we are talking about cryptography. In cryptography, we'll talk about quantum key distribution. In cryptography, we'll talk about quantum key distribution. Then in physics, when we are going to quantum mechanics and various principles of quantum mechanics, there also we'll talk about quantum once again, but quantum computer is done. Okay, now let's go to cloud computing. Let's understand cloud computing. All of us do use cloud computing at one or the other point. देखो, to understand cloud computing, अच्छा प्लीज एक्सप्लेन. अच्छा मैं फिर से समझाता हूँ. नोट्स अबाउट क्यूसिम. अरे नोट्स की जरूरत नहीं है. क्यूसिम थोड़ा पुराना टॉपिक है, बट स्टिल आई वांटेड यू पीपल टू नो इट. सिमुलेटर देखो, तो सम ऑफ यू मे बी यूजिंग विंडोज लैपटॉप, पर कई बार आप विंडोज लैपटॉप पे ना उबुंटू का सिमुलेटर डाल लेते हो, तो you are able to work on that simulator as if you are working on Ubuntu. So you are able to train yourself for Ubuntu. This is simulator. ऐसे ही on a supercomputer. Using a supercomputer, you have created what? You have created a simulator which will behave like a quantum computer so that you can train on it, you can work on it. Okay. Bobby Bhovnik is asking, sir, out of context doubt, I watched the new course on target prelims, the one you said 3 days the class you launched and the PMP. Sir, please suggest which one will be okay for me. देखो, let me briefly talk about target prelims and PMP. These are the 3 prelims related courses that we are running. Target prelims is a current affairs program. जो आज आप क्लास कर रहे हो, that is part of target prelims program. Now, in target prelims current affairs program, there are some areas which we cover along with basics, जैसे science and tech, environment, international bodies, mapping. ये सब हम बेसिक फंडामेंटल से कवर कर लेते हैं, अदर देन कवरिंग करंट अफेयर्स ऑफ इकोनॉमी, पॉलिटी, ज्योग्राफी एक्सेट्रा. तो दिस इज टारगेट प्रीलिम्स इज आवर करंट अफेयर्स प्रोग्राम. इस प्रोग्राम में भी आपका हर वीकेंड टेस्ट है, आपका रिवाइज थ्रू 500 क्वेश्चन है, वो सारी चीजें हैं. वेयरएज प्रीलिम्स मास्टर्स प्रोग्राम इज आवर जीएस क्रैश कोर्स फॉर प्रीलिम्स. So here we will even cover basics of history, geography, polity, economy. यहां पे क्या कर रहे थे? इन टारगेट प्रीलिम्स we were only covering current affairs of economy, polity, geography, etc. But here we are covering even basics of history, geography, polity, economy. तो it is अगर आप हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, पॉलिटी, इकोनॉमी के बेसिक्स में अच्छे हो, आप करंट अफेयर्स ले लीजिए. पर आप अगर हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, पॉलिटी, इकोनॉमिक्स के बेसिक्स में अच्छे नहीं हो, तो आपको पीएमपी प्रीलिम्स मास्टर्स प्रोग्राम लेना चाहिए. तो देखो क्या है ना, देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हु हैव बीन स्टडीइंग विद मी एंड दे आर गुड एट फंडामेंटल्स. दे जस्ट वांट टू अपडेट देयर करंट अफेयर्स एंड दे वांट टू स्टडी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, एनवायरनमेंट इन मोर डेप्थ. So they take a target prelims program. But those students who have just completed their foundation and are not very well prepared, are not very confident, they should take prelims masters program. Okay, Bobby Bhavnik, I hope I have answered your question. to simulate a quantum computer on a traditional supercomputer. Yes, this is what this is. This is what a QSIM is. Let's come to cloud computing. Let's understand cloud computing. Now, think of cloud computer समझने के लिए think of this. Let's think of this scenario. Let's say we are starting LevelUp IAS. हम LevelUp IAS शुरू कर रहे हैं. The year is 2020. Now, because it's COVID, so we have to start the online platform. We have to have our website. We have to have our servers, right? So, एक option that we have is we buy a server और हम अपना website यहाँ पे host करें. मतलब all the information that you are getting from our website, you are getting through the server that we have installed here. तो हमारे website का सारा content, when you go to a different page, third page, fourth page, it is stored in the database here. Physical server. Right? दूसरा option that we had was we, rather than buying our own physical server, take some space on Amazon Web Services or Microsoft Azure. हम 2020 में LevelUp शुरू कर रहे हैं. These are the two options that we have. One, मनन परवेज सही सर, प्लीज गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स भी करा देना टारगेट प्रीलिम्स में. हाँ, डेफिनेटली कराएंगे यार. देखो, आप साइंस एंड टेक पढ़ रहे हो, आपने क्वांटम कंप्यूटर पढ़ा, तो क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स में गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स नहीं कराए हमने. सारे, जैसे हम इकोनॉमी पढ़ेंगे, एग्रीकल्चर पढ़ेंगे, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पढ़ेंगे, उसमें सारे एम्प्लॉयमेंट रिलेटेड स्कीम, एग्रीकल्चर रिलेटेड स्कीम, हेल्थ रिलेटेड स्कीम, एजुकेशन रिलेटेड, जैसे जैसे टॉपिक में आएंगे ना, सारे स्कीम्स कवर करेंगे. यू विल स्टडी more schemes than you have studied in your GS Foundation program and Target Prelims program. I assure you of that. Okay, don't worry. हाँ, come back to this. So we have these two options. One, हम अपना खुद का सर्वर यहाँ खरीद लें. दूसरा, we take help from Amazon Web Services or Microsoft Azure or any other service. These services that we would have taken would have been called cloud computing. तो जब हम कंप्यूटिंग कैपेसिटी, कंप्यूटिंग क्या था? प्रोसेसिंग एंड स्टोरेज, दिस इज कंप्यूटिंग. जब हम कंप्यूटिंग कैपेसिटी, वन ऑप्शन इज वी हैव आवर ओन फिजिकल सिस्टम, अदर ऑप्शन इज वी टेक सर्विसेज फ्रॉम इंटरनेट, सर्विसेज थ्रू यूजिंग इंटरनेट फ्रॉम these big players. This is called cloud computing when we are taking services from this, and this is called traditional computing mechanism, physical computing mechanism. Okay, I hope we understand the difference between cloud computing and traditional computing. Now, I'll give you one more example for you to better understand this. आप एक हार्ड ड्राइव खरीद रहे हो और उसमें you are storing your photographs. You're buying a hard drive and you're storing photographs there. That is one option you have. Second option that you have is you are storing your photograph on Google Drive. You are storing your photograph on Google Drive. जब आप Google Drive पे फोटो स्टोर कर रहे हो ना, you are using cloud computing. Whereas when you are storing photograph on your own hard drive, then you have got your storage physically with you. This is not cloud computing. This is not usage of cloud storage. अगर आप Google Drive use कर रहे हो, that is usage of cloud storage. Did we understand cloud computing and traditional computing mechanism? Let me give you one more example. Let's say you have 1 exabyte of data. exabyte आपको समझ में आ रहा है? बहुत ज्यादा डेटा है, like gigabyte, terabyte. Nowadays you have 1 TB, 2 TB का storage, hard drive storage. That is gigabyte, terabyte, and 1 TB, 2 TB, that is terabyte. उसके बाद petabyte. You have 1 exabyte of data. Now आपके घर में you will not have computers which have capability of processing this much data. You will not buy a big processor only for this purpose because you need to do it once. So what you can do is you can get services for this processing from some internet based service provider, जैसे Amazon service दे रहा है, Google service दे रहा है, and you may use it only for a day and pay for only a day. That is using cloud computing. Okay, so did we all understand what cloud computing is? I'm hoping आप लोगों को cloud computing समझ में आया होगा. Okay, now let's go to let's look at the definition. Internet-based computing. So cloud computing is a type of internet-based computing that provides shared computers processing resources and data to computers and other devices on demand. It's a model for enabling ubiquitous on-demand access to a shared pool of configurable computing resources which can be rapidly provisioned and released with minimal management efforts. This is cloud computing. So फिर से ना, it's a model of enabling ubiquitous. Ubiquitous मतलब present everywhere. तो देखो, when you put photographs on Google Drive, can you access it from anywhere? Yes. आपको वो हार्ड ड्राइव की जरूरत नहीं है. आप you can go to US and through internet you can access it. You can remain in India. You can go to your hometown. You can be in Delhi. It is available ubiquitous. It is available on demand. देखो, Google Drive में suppose you are using 1 GB of storage. Tomorrow if you want 2 GB of storage, can you on demand increase the storage? Yes, you can increase the storage. Shared pool of configurable computing resources. Now this shared pool of configurable computing resources wala concept is also important. Let us understand this shared pool of configurable computing resource wala concept. Let's say you have 100 TB of storage. You have 100 TB of storage and you have 200 friends who all want 1 TB of storage. Now if you give them each 1 TB of storage, you will not be able to serve all the 200 friends because each one of them want 1 TB of storage. But in reality what happens is, आप 1 TB का hard drive ले लेते हो, but you never fill it. Sometimes only 50 MB is filled, sometimes only 100 MB is filled, sometimes only 200 MB is filled. Only very few people would be there whose 1 TB hard drive is full, completely full, right? तो यहाँ पे भी in cloud services what they do is they give you कि you have, जैसे on Google Drive you will have up to 5 GB of storage, but do you use entire 5 GB of storage? No, you may be using only 1 GB or only 500 MB, and thus in this 100 TB more than 200 people would be served because it is shared resource. It is being used efficiently. अगर सबको individually अलग अलग hardware दे दिया जाता, it would have been inefficient utilization of resource. So I hope you understand all these three terms: ubiquitous, on-demand access, and shared pool of configurable computing resource, which can be rapidly provisioned and released with minimal management efforts. तो cloud computing सबको समझ में आया है? ये मुझे ऑनलाइन तो बच्चे बता नहीं रहे, आप भी लग रहा है आप बोर हो गए. चलो मैं भी जल्दी से क्लास खत्म कर देता हूँ. ओके, what are the examples of cloud computing? Storage में OneDrive, Google Drive are examples. What are the advantages? Reduced upfront cost. Think of this. जब हमने LevelUp शुरू किया, अगर हम खुद का सर्वर यहाँ खरीद रहे होते तो the cost of this server would have been huge, but when we are getting services from Amazon Web Services, तो monthly या yearly कुछ payment करना है minimal amount, we do not have to go into paying this entire server for this entire server. Focus on core business. Our core business was teaching. Rather than worrying about installing server, ensuring कि the server is functioning properly and running behind it, we could focus on our teaching, and the server processing power has been given by Amazon Web Services. Then faster deployment of application. Our app, our website could all be quickly deployed because we did not worry about having physical processing powers here. Then scalability and elasticity. Tomorrow, as more students start watching our videos, as more students start coming to our website, our server requirement will increase. When our server requirement increase, what would happen? We can ask Amazon Web Services to increase the capacity that we have by paying something more. So it is scalable and elastic. Then it is also pay as you go model. As our requirement will increase, our payment will increase. हम पहले ही दिन बहुत महंगा सर्वर लाके रख देंगे वहां पे, तो इट विल बी वेस्टेज ऑफ रिसोर्सेस. देन डिवाइस एंड लोकेशन इंडिपेंडेंस. डिवाइस एंड लोकेशन इंडिपेंडेंस कैसे? आप देखो, अपना गूगल ड्राइव यूज कर रहे हो, आप किसी भी, आप अपने फोन से, आप अपने लैपटॉप से, आप अपने दोस्त के लैपटॉप से, आप किसी लाइब्रेरी में बैठ के उनके लैपटॉप से कहीं से भी वो गूगल ड्राइव एक्सेस कर सकते हो, अपनी पिक्चर्स एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हो. देन मेंटेन देखो, when you're using Amazon Web Services, what would happen to Amazon Web Services? प्रोसेसर में कोई दिक्कत आ रही है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, who is maintaining them? Amazon is doing it. You don't have to worry, right? Amazon Web Services. But if you had your own physical server, then वहां पे कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, you'll have to worry about improving that. Similarly, there are other aspects also. Other aspects कैसे समझाएं आपको? फिजिकल प्रोटेक्शन की बात करो. सपोज while teaching we say something which offends किसी के sentiments. आजकल तो लोग कहीं पे भी जाके गर्दन काट देते हैं छोटे से ऑफेंसेस पे, तो ऐसे किसी के सेंटिमेंट्स ऑफेंस हो गए, वो आके ऑफिस में तोड़फोड़ करके चला गया. सर्वर्स डिस्ट्रॉय हो सकते थे, बट व्हेन दोस सर्वर्स आर अवेलेबल ऑन थ्रू अमेजॉन और थ्रू गूगल ड्राइव, through Google, no one would be able to destroy those servers physically. Our websites can continue functioning properly without any issue. Okay, so for these reasons, cloud computing is better. But there are some concerns. One, sensitive data हम Amazon Web Servers में, Amazon Web Services के servers में US में रख रहे हैं, that can be problematic for government. तो government generally avoids it. Then customization option can be limited. If you have your own system, you can customize it the way you want, but that would not be the case with the services which are available. तो यहाँ पे आपके पास कुछ well framed services होंगे. आप 5 GB space ले सकते हो, 10 GB space ले सकते हो, 20 GB ले सकते हो, 50 GB ले सकते हो. You would not be able to say I want 51 GB or I want 53 GB. So this customization is missing in case of cloud computing. Okay, so cloud computing is available through various service model, जैसे IaaS, PaaS और सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस. लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड दैट. अभी 1-2 साल पहले इस पे प्रिलिमिनरी एग्जामिनेशन में क्वेश्चन भी आया था. सर गवर्नमेंट हैज इट्स ओन सर्वर्स और इट आल्सो आउटसोर्स इट. देखो, फॉर सेंसिटिव डेटा गवर्नमेंट विल हैव इट्स ओन सर्वर. it will not outsource it to some private players. Okay. Let's talk about these service model. देखो, अब इससे भी ना, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Let's understand them. Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Let's say I want to start a business. I want to make my own app. I want to make my app, but ना मैं उसके लिए what I want is I want that वो ऐप जो प्रोसेसिंग पावर यूज कर रहा होगा, उस ऐप को रन करने के लिए जो प्रोसेसिंग पावर चाहिए, वो मैं Amazon Web Services से ले लूँ. So here, what have I taken from Amazon Web Service? The processor, the processing power. So here I've used infrastructure as a service, or I can take storage capacity. So here I'm using infrastructure as a service. तो है तो ये cloud service ही, but it is using infrastructure as a service. So मैं through internet I'm accessing these services, but I'm using the core infrastructure like processing power, like storage power. That is infrastructure as a service. So if you come here, it provides on-demand access to fundamental resources like virtual machines, storage, networking, and servers. So they are online services that abstract the user from details of infrastructure. So Amazon Web Service, Microsoft Azure, it is ideal for companies with strong technical team. So if I have a very strong team, I will ask them to make my own app from scratch and I'll just take physical services from these people through cloud service model, that is infrastructure as a service. उसी का extreme होता है SaaS model. SaaS model में software as a service. Here I take the entire software. I do not develop anything at my own. I'm using the entire software. For example, when you use Telegram, जब Telegram यूज कर रहे हो तो Telegram में प्रोसेसिंग हो रही है, Telegram में स्टोरेज हो रहा है. वो स्टोरेज कहाँ हो रहा है? वो स्टोरेज कहीं और हो रहा है, Telegram के सर्वर्स पे हो रहा है. When you send data, when you receive data, all that data is getting stored. All that data is getting encrypted and stored. Where is it happening? It's happening somewhere else, right? But you are not only taking that storage capacity, you have taken the entire software, using the entire software. That is software as a service. जब आप Google Drive use करते हो, Google Drive is a software that you are using where you are storing information, you are modifying information. So this is a software as a service. So software as a service में though you are using infrastructure, though you are using some platform, but it is eventually the final software. You are not making anything at your own. In infrastructure as a service, you would have just taken the physical infrastructure and you would have made your own app, your own system from scratch, your own website from scratch. But in software as a service, you are using the final software. जैसे एक Gmail का ऐप है या फिर एक Telegram का ऐप है, that is software. You're using those software that is giving you ability to store things, that are giving you ability to communicate, and it is using processing power, it is using storage power, processing capacity and storage capacity, but it's happening at your level, it is happening at the software level. So this is software as a service. तो जो आप फाइनल प्रोडक्ट जब यूज करते हो ना किसी का, दैट इज सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस. देन व्हाट इज प्लेटफॉर्म एज अ सर्विस? इन दोनों के बीच में एक कॉन्सेप्ट आता है प्लेटफॉर्म एज अ सर्विस का. तो सपोज यू वांट टू डेवलप एंड्रॉइड ऐप. व्हेन यू वांट टू डेवलप एंड्रॉइड ऐप, in this scenario, what would happen? Android has already provided you a platform where you can go and develop the app. So you're not developing it from scratch. You're using the help of a platform and developing an app over it. Android के platform पे you'll be able to find mechanisms to create UI. Android के platform पे you'll be able to find mechanisms to distribute the load. वो सारे mechanisms available होंगे. So it is providing you a platform on which you can build your system. That is platform as a service. Are we getting it? So infrastructure, PaaS, SaaS. SaaS में क्या होगा? You are using the entire software, WhatsApp, Telegram, Gmail के apps. This is entire software you're using. Here you're using platform to develop your own system, and here you're using just the core infrastructure to develop everything from scratch. Infrastructure as a service, प्लेटफॉर्म एज अ सर्विस, सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस. ये बताओ समझ में आया कि नहीं? हाँ या नहीं करके बताइए. इफ यू हैव अंडरस्टूड दीज थ्री कॉन्सेप्ट्स. सास पर 2022 में क्वेश्चन भी था. हाँ क्वेश्चन था. यस, जितनी भी चीजें हम पढ़ा रहे हैं ना, सब बहुत रिलेवेंट है एग्जाम के लिए. अमन बोल रहे हैं सर प्लीज लीव अस नाउ, बोर हो रहे हैं. तो मैंने पकड़ के थोड़ी रखा है तुम्हें, छोड़ जाओ ना. ना आप बाद में देख लेना, यूट्यूब पे रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है, बाद में देख सकते हो. इट मीन्स IAS इज चीपर देन सास. देखो क्लियरली सोचोगे तो यस, बिकॉज IAS इज जस्ट प्रोवाइडिंग यू द कोर सर्विसेज. बट a lot of times, जैसे when you are using WhatsApp app, it is free. Telegram app, it is free because they will use some other mechanisms to earn money. Outlook is SaaS. Yes, Outlook is SaaS. Perfect. चलिए, तो cloud computing is done. Let's also understand what is edge computing. Before we go into other aspects, let's understand what is edge computing. अच्छा, देखो, understand the problem with cloud computing. Suppose you are located here and you have systems located here, computer system. They're all using cloud servers. So cloud servers are somewhere here at the center. So all the information has to send here, there, and वो process होके वापस आएगा. Same here, वो process होके वापस आएगा. Same here, वो process होके वापस आएगा. है ना? All the information has to be stored at this place, processed at this place. Okay. हाँ आते हैं, मैं ये doubts लेता हूँ. Let's first understand edge computing, then I'll come to your doubts. Kirti Berwal, I'll come to your doubts. Okay. This was cloud computing. Everything happening at Amazon के servers पे, everything happening at Google के servers पे. But in some scenario, this may not be useful. One, with Internet of Things, a lot of data would be collected, a lot of data would be stored, and all of them going on server will increase the amount of internet cost because आप बहुत सारा bandwidth use कर रहे हो. That will be one problem which will come from cloud computing. Second problem that will come from cloud computing would be this. Suppose you want to process something in real time. Suppose you are taking, this is CCTV camera along with some processor which is taking pictures of terrorist, and you have to identify terrorist in real time so that आप इसे पकड़ पाओ. Now you sending this information to cloud, getting processed and all will be time consuming. So for these scenarios, cloud computing is not suggested. In scenario में क्या बोला जाता है? Rather than keeping your processing and storage capacity on cloud at a centralized place, you should have your storage and processing capacity on the edge, यहाँ पे ही, so that you can process things in a real time, you can store things in real time here nearby only, and you do not waste a lot of internet bandwidth. So this is called edge computing. Cloud computing में यहाँ पे centralized database servers में जा रहा है Amazon के पास या Google के पास. Edge computing में will have the computing resources located at these points, at these places. Did we understand edge computing? बता दीजिए यार ऑनलाइन वाले बच्चे. Are we understanding the concept of edge computing, or do you need to explain? Do you need me to explain this again? Sir, any example of infrastructure as a service? बेटा जो Amazon वेब सर्विसेज में जब सिर्फ आपको वो सर्वर स्पेस मिल रहा है, दैट इज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एज अ सर्विस. ओके, नीलम बोल रही है समझ नहीं आया, प्लीज रिपीट. देखो सिंपल, प्रोसेसिंग पावर नियर द यूजर. हम क्लाउड में क्या कर रहे हैं, जैसे जब आप Amazon वेब सर्विसेज यूज कर रहे हो, प्रोसेसिंग पावर, स्टोरेज पावर इज फार अवे फ्रॉम द यूजर, far away from the user, whereas when processing power is near user, that is edge computing. It is on the edge rather than centralized. Okay. IAS का एग्जांपल माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एज्योर ड्रॉपबॉक्स हो सकता है. बेटा ड्रॉपबॉक्स ना एक्चुअली पूरा सॉफ्टवेयर आपको दे रहा है. हाँ, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एज्योर हो सकता है, अमेजॉन वेब सर्विस हो सकता है. ओके, चलिए ठीक है. तो दिस वाज एज कंप्यूटिंग. अब ना लेट्स कंटिन्यू विद दिस क्लास टुमारो. कल मिलते हैं. आई वांट स्टूडेंट्स इन द ऑफलाइन क्लास. मैं भी ना बिना आप लोगों के चेहरे देखे हुए, मैं आई एम ऑल्सो फीलिंग टायर्ड एंड आई एम ऑल्सो फीलिंग डाउन. एज कंप्यूटिंग इज मोर लाइक पर्सनल सर्वर. हाँ बोल सकते हो, बट ना जैसे आप सीसीटीवी कैमरा लगा रहे हो, तो सीसीटीवी कैमराज में ही थोड़ा सा प्रोसेसिंग पावर भी हो, दैट विल इंश्योर एज कंप्यूटिंग. पर्सनल तो बस आपके घर के कंप्यूटर में हो और वहां पे सीसीटीवी कैमरा के सारे पिक्चर्स आ रहे हैं और वो प्रोसेस हो रहे हैं, दैट इज ऑल्सो पर्सनल. बट इन दिस केस, इन केस ऑफ एज कंप्यूटिंग, इट हैज टू बी ऑन द एज, ऑन द प्लेस वेयर डेटा इज गेटिंग कलेक्टेड. ओके, तो आई होप आप लोगों को ये क्लासेस अच्छी लगी हो. आई विल कंटिन्यू विद दिस क्लास टुमारो. जो पीएमपी बैच वाले बच्चे हैं उनके लिए वीडियोस अपलोड करवा दूंगा कल करंट अफेयर्स में, टारगेट प्रीलिम्स करंट अफेयर्स प्रोग्राम में. टुमारो एट 11 AM आवर यूजुअल टाइम, 11 AM पे हमारी क्लासेस चालू होंगी एंड वी विल कंटिन्यू फ्रॉम हियर. ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच. यस, क्लासेस टुमारो फ्रॉम 11 AM. पीएमपी के केस में आई विल गेट द वीडियोस अपलोडेड. थैंक यू वेरी मच. Sir, we will be completing entire science and tech before test on 4th. Yes, before 4th of February, we will be completing entire science and technology. Great. Chaliye, thank you very much.